This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such an ulterior motive to put me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come above board to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader? Don't remember his name. You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
Now these people are in very high positions, Jack. Yes.
Ooh, welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 277. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khalid.
And today, we are closing out what I think has almost become a veritable marathon of spooky season episodes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we went deeper into the spookiness this year than. Well, I feel like many years in the past, we have failed to actually do anything special for October. Even though I feel like we did our first year, and then after that we're kind of always doing something else. But I think the pivot to doing it live and having everything come out basically as we do it has definitely helped. There's been a bit of an adjustment period, but I think we're hitting the rhythm, and we're definitely everything should be stable with making sure that the audios come out and everything
right
at the same time.
You'll enjoy those audio versions. They are on the RSS feeds.
Yes, you can find them on RSS feeds, and but it's been good.
It's good.
And this, I guess, this is going to be our final spooky episode of this year on Mischief Night. Did you have that where when you grew up? The idea of Mischief Night or Devil's Night, Hell Night?
I know, I've heard of it. I remember Devil's Night. I remember hearing about was the thing in Detroit where they would go and burn abandoned houses down, on maybe the night before Halloween.
Yeah.
Maybe 8 Mile had a sequence. As well as our
but they
Detroit
didn't have
TV
a term for that, the night before Halloween. When
I don't think so in California. I don't think we had that. Anything like that though. I mean, Halloween was a really big deal. There's a lot of trick or treating and costumes, etc. That's interesting. Devil's Night, and then I guess on the other side, we
called it Mischief Night here. But
what would you do?
And no one would actually do anything, or at least I certainly wouldn't. But I guess it's people would TP houses, and do these Halloween type of pranks and stuff like that, or egg houses. I mean, I feel like that kind of stuff happened on Halloween too, but I don't know why at some point someone decided that it would be the night before Halloween that was designated for mischief, and the trick part of trick or treat. I guess just got kind of moved to a different night at some point. I don't know why or how, but
maybe the the edginess, like Halloween, the proper day of Halloween was sort of gentrified by kiddie stuff, right? And trick or treating, the treats, treats really took over, and cute little Halloween costumes, very kid friendly, right? And it maybe people felt to preserve the kind of wildness of the Halloween tradition, you got to do it on the night before. Get it out of your system.
Yeah, and I guess there's all these parents and kids all over the streets, so you can't really get away with egging a house. Anyway,
exactly.
So let's get into the topic, which is I think a pretty venerable, spooky true crime topic.
Yes.
It's really the kind of podcast bread and butter that we're dealing with this week, and I feel there's been no shortage of episodes of all sorts of things about this, but hopefully we can bring our unique spin on it. I guess this is maybe one of the most famous witchcraft stories. I mean, it has a lot to it captures the imagination, or excites the or titillates the sort of a true crime or occult fan.
Sure.
So yeah.
But shockingly, I had never heard of this case before you brought it up like a few weeks ago. Right? I mean, we're
yeah,
just
I
so
guess I remember. Yeah.
people might tell from the title of this episode, we are talking about an incident from the late 1920s in Pennsylvania that is known by a few names, but often referred to as the Hex murders or the Hex House murders, right? Yeah. Which did occur in like Pennsylvania Dutch country in York, around York, Pennsylvania, where there is a notable community of what are called Pennsylvania Dutch folk who are actually ethnically
Deutsch,
German.
yeah, Deutsch
right?
sometimes.
Yeah. Mislabeled as Dutch, but are in fact Germans who
Yes.
came over here, I think, in like the 18th century primarily. And better known by, I don't know if all Pennsylvania Dutch people claim this name, but like the Amish, right?
Well, I don't know if no, I think that this is a separate thing. I don't think that like Pennsylvania Dutch in general are the Amish. No, you like have the Amish and the Mennonites, which are like they're
Right.
sort of particular religious group, but the Pennsylvania Germans like are a much wider group.
Right.
Um,
Yeah. So the Amish,
Yeah.
the Amish do speak Pennsylvania Dutch and kind of come from their ethnic origins, like
Yeah.
traced to some of the same places, but also like Switzerland and stuff like that. But you're right; it's like Pennsylvania Dutch is a larger category that I think these people that we're talking about today, both the murderers and the victim, they were not like Amish in the sense of like they didn't use electricity and had horse and buggy carriages and had the kind of Luddite, beliefs that we associate with the Amish. But they did have some beliefs of the kind of older Pennsylvania Dutch tradition more broadly, specifically beliefs around witchcraft and what I guess what is sometimes called hexing, but what they specifically call powwow, which this is another thing I was not aware of before I started reading a book about this week.
Yeah,
And,
or Baccarai, right? I think. It's actually kind of interesting
Breckerei?
term. Yeah, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. You probably know how to pronounce it German better than me. I just took German for reading. But what's interesting about that term is that like it's like basically the same as like a baraka, like in Arabic. Like it's a term like derived from, I think it's derived from the Hebrew. That it comes into German, but it's like the term for blessing kind of. But baraka is like, it's not just like it's like an energy kind of like, we were talking in the recent Q&A about like Sufi shrines. Like you would go to like a Sufi, you'd visit like the grave of a great Sufi saint or a great wali to like gain, like, to get baraka, to gain their like this kind of energy,
Okay,
why you would sort of
okay.
collect relics or something. It's kind of that idea. So
Okay.
it's interesting that it's like a power kind of. So it's interesting that it's called Barakarai.
Right. Yeah, it's a Braucherei. Braucherei.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brauc or Braucherei. A term for folk magic or folk healing tradition that blends herbal medicine, prayer, and ritual, also known as powwowing, which, of course, as you might suspect, is a loan word from Native Americans. I think most people are aware of that as, like, it's part of American lexicon in general for kind of like a name for a gathering of some kind, like having a powwow. But powwow actually does mean basically like, I think like one who talks with spirits, if I understand. I'm kind of trying to remember.
I think a
but
powwow
basically
is
shaman,
like a kind of
like
I'm not sure what the actual like word is. Like I think it might be a Narragansett word if I remember correctly, but like I'm not sure like what if it's actually pronounced differently or if it actually is like powwow. But like I think that how it became applied to like the Pennsylvania German practice of like magic and like folk cures and hexing and things like that is, I guess, it was like, like the term Methodism, as we're talking about in our recent premium episode, it's like it was pejorative, because of course there's a lot of racism against Native Americans, so this was a term that was like pejoratively applied to these kind of practices that were seen as like, primitive or retrograde in some way.
Right.
Yeah.
But eventually like adopted by the Pennsylvania Dutch
exactly,
themselves is how they call it. You are correct. It is a Narragansett word stemming from the early 17th century, and it literally translates to he dreams. So basically it was used as basically to mean a shaman or a magician that would do kind of these group sort of ceremonies or rituals where they would, invoke like classic shamanic, invocation of spirits to like heal people from various sicknesses. And then what appears to have happened is when the Pennsylvania Dutch came over and settled in the northeastern U.S., this kind of like it's a little unclear like when exactly they borrowed this from the Native Americans, but there was an older corpus of beliefs from Germany and continental Europe that were around folk magic and things of this nature that people brought with them, and eventually when they continued practicing these things in the American context, they eventually adopted what was perhaps originally a pejorative term for what they were doing as powwow. And like in the early 20th century, when this murder case happens, that's basically like a powwow man or a powwow woman or something like that was somebody that you could go to for like folk magic healing purposes. And it was a pretty old practice that persisted into the 20th century and became really like the central theme of this murder. Like regardless of what you think about ritual folk magic or this or that, like it's undeniable that it's like literally why these murders happened, like the belief in this magic.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, and it is interesting in that like it's not like if like someone like committed like a brutal murder and then like drew a pentagram on a wall and they're just like bleh, like, and they're just like obviously like insane and like something like flashed in their mind. Like there was like kind of a reasoning, like a ritual reasoning behind this murder, which makes it unique. Like this murder was committed in order to like break a spell, and there was like very like deliberate ritual actions. There were deliberate ritual actions undertaken in order to like as part of this killing. And in the aftermath, in order to try to get out of this spell, that was presumed to have been cast,
presumed, but who knows if honestly, it's like I feel like the murderers, well, they at least from what I read, it does not come off as very convincing that they sort of like had the the quote unquote right target, even if even if like magic is fake, like.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, it seemed like the power of suggestion might have been at play. Like, it is interesting. I mean, it's like it's maybe where it's like giving a little bit of like more context on like the practice of hexing or braucherei and powwowing. And before I do, let me like correct myself a little bit. Apparently, the etymology is like contested. Like the Hebrew like beracha is like one suggestion, but there's also like or I guess the Yiddish, Hebrew by way of Yiddish. But there's also like brauchen, like which is I think trying or using, is another possible etymology for the German term. Like needing or wanting from the High German brauchen, or using from the Old High German gebrauchen, or other possible etymologies. And that's from Kriebel, who I guess is a pretty prominent scholar of this. You run into his work when you're reading about this quite a bit. So I wanted to. Yeah, this other guy, Patrick J. Donmoyer, is another one. You probably, ran into him in your reading too. And he has like done some good scholarship on powwowing, because he like grew up in a family where like this actually was like practiced a little bit. It's not like so unusual. He says like both my paternal great grandmothers could powwow, but neither would have considered herself to be a powwower in any formal sense of the word. Instead, both were familiar with common ritual cures that would have been known by many housewives of their generation. One of my great-grandmothers taught me a cure for hiccups when I was a child. The other lived on Hill Street in Lebanon, Pennsylvania, just a few houses down from a well-known powwower of the professional variety by the name of Reppert. In the 1930s and 40s, cars and horse-drawn buggies would line the street on a Sunday afternoon when patients would come to see him. My great-grandmother would help out when the patients were too numerous, and she would powwow for those requesting assistance with childhood ailments, especially for liver-grown children. Liver-grown is the English word for the Pennsylvania definition of Igalox, a condition once, or Igaloxy, a condition once widely known across many early communities in America and called by a variety of names such as hidebound or gripes. The disorder is one of many culturally defined illnesses that do not readily fit the language of modern biomedicine. Equated with infant colic, this disorder is characterized by abdominal pains and cramps. But yeah, he talks about how his great grandmother would practice this. But yeah, one of the cures that comes up a lot is the potato wart thing. Did you ever hear about that when you were growing up?
No, I don't think so.
You never heard? I never associated this as being specifically. I wonder how many of the listeners have heard of this before, because I didn't ever associate this specifically. I knew this was a folk thing, what you might call an old, quote unquote old wives' tale. Sorry, I know it's not the best term, but the idea that if you put a potato on a wart, you could cure it that way.
Interesting.
You ever heard that you could get rid of a wart by putting a potato on it? Yeah, well, apparently there's a lot actually more to that than just putting the potato on it. It has to be grown under certain astrological conditions, but this is a big aspect of in fact, this author says hold on, let me find it. Of all the powwow rituals that have been practiced in Pennsylvania up to the present day to restore health and healing, the most common of these are for the removal of warts. Ranging from trifling annoyance to painful excrescence, a wart is one of the most stubborn conditions encountered by the majority of people at least once over the course of a lifetime. Modern conventional medicine can also struggle to permanently prevent the return of warts, even after repeated treatments, some of which are painful and invasive to the patient. The non-invasive rituals used to treat warts among the Pennsylvania Dutch are some of the least complicated of all powwowing procedures in structure. These rituals combine poetic blessings, the use of a common everyday object such as a potato or a penny, and are scheduled according to the phase of the moon. Despite their simplicity, these rituals are perhaps some of the most integrated into aspects of everyday life, with far-reaching implications that overlap domestic, agricultural, and cosmic beliefs. This integration, coupled with a sense of universal accessibility, literally anyone can do it, has ensured the survival of these processes into the present day, despite substantial contrast with conventional biomedicine. As a child, my first exposure to these beliefs was through my grandmother, who explained to me that her grandfather had powwowed away a tenacious wart on her hand when she was a young girl, using nothing more than a potato. The procedure was simple, she recalled. Under the witness of the full moon, he cut the potato in half, rubbed each half on the wart. Then he put the halves back together and buried them beneath the downspout under the eaves of the farmhouse. All the while, he quietly spoke words in Pennsylvania Dutch, a language that my grandmother had never been taught. Within a short while, the wart was completely gone.
Interesting.
Folks.
There's always a lot of folk thing. Even today, there's I remember reading somewhere that
folks, no pun intended. But,
that if you put duct tape over a wart, I mean it's not as magical, but if you put a piece of duct tape on top of a wart, it'll make it go away.
Yeah, I
do not know if that actually works.
I heard if you put peanut butter behind your ears, you can cure your hiccups, which doesn't make any sense.
No,
but I have heard that before. Yeah,
well,
maybe it works because I guess according to this grandmother, the wart thing worked. I have definitely heard stories like that before, even from people of our generation that they're of a family friend did some kind of folk cure on them that worked.
Yeah, I've heard of it too. Yeah. And
it's not to be totally dismissed. But something very interesting that this scholar brings up that I think is worth mentioning, because it does kind of play into the story a little bit, is it's very interesting. It's this kind of gender alternation in terms of the transmission of powwowing, right? And this is what was kind of most interesting about the story. This book, the long occulted friend, or the long hidden friend,
the long
right?
hidden friend.
Yeah, it's the what is it in German? Like
the long lost friend is one translation also.
Yeah,
that they
some
use
people
a
say
lot.
the long lost friend, but
Yeah.
I think the German term is closer to like hidden.
Okay.
It's like Gebrogen or something. Yeah, Verborgen.
Okay.
Der lang verborgene Freund is so pretty much very similar in how it sounds, but yeah, Verborgene. I think that is more like hidden or secreted than lost. But I guess
Okay.
it like maybe sounds more natural in English to say the long lost friend, but yeah, so that's maybe like the censor, but yeah, I think it's kind of like occult knowledge, so it kind of makes sense that it would have that connotation of secret or hidden as well. Um, but yeah, so a lot of this story will sort of revolve around that book. That book is very important, kind of as like the spell book that's going to factor into it. But it's interesting because powwowing traditionally was something that was like transmitted orally, and there's actually a little bit of like a taboo or like an aversion to transmitting it in writing. This is what the scholar says. Again, kind of going off of his grandmother talking about how she treated liver-grown illnesses. He writes, customarily, powwowing is learned by word of mouth as part of an oral tradition that is memorized, consisting of prayers, gestures, and ritual procedures. Some rituals are for specific illnesses, while others are part of a more comprehensive approach to bless and bring balance to the whole human body. The oral tradition comprises perhaps the single most comprehensive cultural repository for ritual experience, and yet is guarded by protocol, which determines the manner and frequency of how that information can be transmitted. There tends to be a strong admonition against putting such memorized content into written form, except for personal reference. With very few exceptions, this protocol requires a male to learn from a female practitioner, or vice versa, and usually the bulk of this oral material is in Pennsylvania Dutch. Although it is unknown how this alternating gender requirement developed, it certainly has contributed to a strong sense of gender equality in the tradition. Female practitioners are as common and known to be as effective as male practitioners, although occasionally there is some specialization among women for women's health issues. This gender requirement also excludes anyone from the practice with a tendency towards sexism, which would certainly be an obstacle to healing. When the tradition is passed down in families, it often skips a generation as it alternates. A grandmother might teach her grandson, or a granddaughter may learn from her grandfather. Sometimes he talks about there's some cases of exceptions, but in keeping with traditional format, powwow is typically taught only under the condition that it be learned by a person who intends to earnestly use it to help other people, and not for the purpose of personal edification, curiosity, or intellectual and academic interests, especially if this were to lead to public scrutiny or publication of sensitive materials. Even such noble causes as historic or cultural preservation can be highly controversial if performed in a way that compromises a culture's values, and such efforts must be done with the utmost respect and ethical considerations. As with any traditional practice, powwow cannot be separated from the communities that it sustains, and therefore any efforts to engage or encounter the tradition as an outsider should begin by establishing meaningful connections with the community.
That's pretty interesting. Yeah. It kind of harks back to what we talked about in Daemons Are Forever about the persistence of these kind of folk magic beliefs, even if they're sort of like passed down in a very informal and somewhat like occulted and secretive way that is resistant to outsiders like fully categorizing them. Mm-hmm. There's often this sense of protecting I don't know, like this kind of secret knowledge and passing it along to like people you're very close to, and like not writing it, like somehow like writing it down too much or like talking openly too much about it would disrupt it in some way, and like you need to like keep doing it even if you're kind of under the aegis of a religion that doesn't explicitly condone folk magic, like pretty much most strains of Christianity, right?
It seems like in the like sort of context of like Pennsylvania Dutch like Christian like practice, this is like very much like a Christian thing. Like all of the like prayers and like magic words and like formulae are all like steeped in like Christianity, and right. Like they like are always invoking like Jesus. Like this is very much like like a deeply Christian practice, I would say. Like again, like that's the whole thing with religion, is that like like internal like religious discourses. It's like the emic eidic distinction, but like internal religious discourses are, they kind of are making claims about like, certain like people who claim to be Christian may not be Christian or something like that. But like anthropologically speaking, or, like if you don't have a dog in that fight, then you kind of have to consider this as being, Christianity. Or being Christian,
right? I don't think these people thought of what they were doing as being like in contrast to their Christian beliefs. In fact, they saw it as kind of like complementary, and like you said, I mean, even the admonition that like you can only use it for specific things because it's morally wrong to use it for nefarious purpose, like for greed purposes or to hurt somebody. Like that still is broadly within the Christian ethic that like, you could sort of interface with like these forces and these energies and stuff, as long as you're doing like things that, Jesus wouldn't disapprove of, like healing the sick, I mean, though I'm sure like some Christians would be like, well, that's witchcraft. Like, no. Like, only Jesus can heal the sick. Like, you can't do that. I'm sure that, and there's also those discourses, but I don't think these people, are like, hey, like, I'm a little devil. Right. Like, except, well, in there always is with these traditions, right? Because then we can't completely ignore the fact that some people go and take these spiritual technologies, you could say, and decide to be bad. Like, I mean, right, it happens everywhere, right? Like there's always, and it's usually like a marginal taboo thing that is, often like feared and looked down upon by like the broader community, right? But I think what we see in this case is definitely people think there's been malicious hexing going on and like malicious use of powwow, and that there have been curses, placed on them. And this is a pretty widespread belief. I forget the name of like the sort of I don't know, kind of crest or like symbols that people would put outside of their barns in Pennsylvania Dutch country that were effectively meant as like prophylactics to ward off bad hexes and curses. Like it is kind of a defensive measure against anybody cursing them. Yeah. So they had an idea that this could be used maliciously. But it's worth making the distinction that most people, I think, practice this in a way that they felt was in accordance with like being a Christian, and but even though some of these practices might have predated the adoption of Christianity in German lands, nonetheless, like they found a way to make it work.
I think what's more likely is that like they may have like these practices might have been like a survival of, I mean, I guess you could maybe say that there is like a survival of even like pre-Christian ideas possibly, but certainly like what I find to be plausible is that like there was some survival of like the Catholic heritage in the Catholic past
for sure.
This,
but even that Catholic tradition had to be influenced to some degree by the pre-Christian things that Catholicism allowed to be incorporated into it, and kind of, oh, this is actually a shrine to a saint. Like, it's not just a spooky well with fairies in it, like that you can pray at. Like, they kind of, like sort of made a way to like legitimize some of these beliefs and like incorporate it into the belief structure of the overall like Catholic faith. And I think you're right, though, that it probably, some of these things did persist. Also, like we talked about in the Cock Lane Ghost, there was that anxiety in England around believing in things like ghosts and hauntings were like some kind of hangover from the Catholic past, or kind of a signal that could, like, the Catholic mindset was like on the upswing again, as opposed to the pure light of like Protestant reason, and blah blah blah.
No, and I think that sorry to cut you off, but I think that is like, in terms of like the question of like, okay, well, but did like the the religious authorities, like did like people in like did your like pastor or whatever sanction these kind of practices? Like, I mean, it's kind of an interesting question, like where the authority is located. I mean, there certainly were some, especially at the time of this murder, there definitely was like kind of a sense of like, very similar to the Cock Lane Ghost in some ways, a sense of like embarrassment about like these practices, and like a desire to kind of like disown that. And especially in the aftermath of the murder, like sort of like it sort of intensified that stigma. But to like to give like, and I also wanted to say that like in terms of the connection with Damon's Are Forever, our discussion of that, I think that like another element of it is, as we were kind of talking about just now, like there's this question of like, okay, like trying to trace the origin of these things, which like sometimes can be like kind of like a fruitless like endeavor, but also like something that I think is another connection is like the not only the like the dialectic of like oral and written, but also of like vernacular and official, but also like of the gender like question is also like a big one in this too, I think. And
because often these activities are often, though not always, but often associated with women. Right, like the idea of witchcraft
like, and
blah, blah,
in
blah.
this case, like in particular, when you have this kind of like alternating like gender structure of transmission, and of course, like this, what like there is like this way in which this is like thought of as being like a witchcraft, and it definitely is associated with witchcraft. Definitely is something that's associated with women, not in, like that. Women. Again, like I like to say, like there's an essence of witchcraft that, or like an essential witchcraft, or like in
terms of the
one
perception.
person's witchcraft, another person's thing. There's definitely the cultural stereotype of the witch. It's a woman, right? But yes, and a woman does feature like pretty. An old woman, does feature pretty prominently in this story. But just like to give like a sense of like the kind of like a language that you would see like in some of these things, like here's an example of like a prayer that was published in just before the turn of the 20th century in Kutztown in the heart of Pennsylvania Dutch country. Today I arise and tend to the day which I have received in thy name. The first is God the Father, the other is God the Son, the third is God the Holy Ghost. Protect my body and soul, my flesh and my life, which Jesus, the Son of God himself, has given to me, whereupon I shall be blessed, as the holy bread of heaven that our loving Lord Jesus, Son of God, had given to his disciples. When I go out from the house over the threshold into the streets, Jesus, like little cross, Mary, little cross, Joseph, little cross, the holy three kings, Caspar, Melchior, and Balthazar are my travel companions. The heavens are my hat, and the earth is my shoes. These 6 holy persons accompany me, and are all that are in my house. And when I am on the streets, so shall they protect my journey from thieves, murderers, and malicious people. All those who meet me must have love and value for me. Therefore help me, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Ghost, Jesus, Mary, Joseph, Caspar, Melchior, Balthazar, and the 4 evangelists be with me in all my doings, trade and commerce, coming and going, be it on water or land, before fire and inferno. They will protect me from with their strong hand. To God the Father, I reveal myself. To God the Son, I commend myself. And God the Holy Ghost, I immerse myself. The glorious Holy Trinity be above me, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph before me, Caspar, Melchior, and Balthazar be behind and beside me through all time, before I come into eternal joy and bliss. Help me, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, Caspar, Melchior, and Balthazar. Pray for us now and in the hour of our death. Amen. So, it's kind of like I kind of see like this sort of like invocation of like intercession of the saints, like in a way that like maybe is like a little bit outside like the like orthodoxizing discourse of like Protestant German Christianity,
and even appealing to Mary and Joseph. It's very Catholic. You could say. Just to contrast that, because I think that's an interesting thing to read, but also from this book, which is a pretty good like overview of the Hex trials and the murders, called Trials of Hex by J. Ross McGinnis. There's an article from like this is after the murders in December 1928 in the Philadelphia Record, and it ran a pretty colorful article that I think captures like the hysteria around it. This is titled "High Priestess, Real Witch Leads York's Voodoo Cult," and it says, rooted deep in the soil of York County and the superstitious minds of hundreds of its rural dwellers, a modern survival of ancient witchcraft today became the target of a determined drive. Discovery that the widespread belief in, quote, witch doctors played a large part in the murder of Nelson D. Rehmeyer, farmer and recluse, has stirred officials here to action. District Attorney Amos Herman, Detective Ralph Keach, and Alderman Walter Owen joined late today in declaring that their inquiry into the murder will be linked with a vigorous attempt to uproot the voodoo-like cult of which the 3 confessed slayers of Rehmeyer were followers. Let's see. And neither Blymeyer or his fellow murderers seemed to comprehend the seriousness of their plight. They submitted with perfect calm to the requests of photographers for pictures today. They read with no evidence of more than casual interest the newspaper accounts of their confessions. The Curry boy, looking at least 5 years older than his 14 years, is a youth of good appearance, clear-eyed, broad-faced, rosy-cheeked. He seems out of place with the other two. Hess is rangy, sallow complexioned, and his clothing is shabby. His eyes and the shape of his head clearly indicate that the witch doctors would have had no trouble convincing him of the supernatural powers contained in the hocus pocus. All right, there's a little phrenology there, interesting. Blymeyer is more of an enigma. His blank expression and close-set eyes may hide a sort of primitive cunning, but outwardly young Curry appears far the most intelligent of the three. Satisfied that the confessions of the three slayers have made a clear murder case against them, the authorities are now concentrating upon their effort to uproot the practice of witchcraft. Detective Keach has in his possession a sheaf of papers found in Blymeyer's home containing written, quote, formulas, which the patient of the witch doctor is directed to repeat 3 times. This rite, according to the belief of the cult's followers, will cure anything from a wart on the finger to double pneumonia, provided it be properly followed. What form the campaign against the hexers and powwow doctors will take has not been decided. Mayor Jacob E. Weaver of York admitted tonight that he had arranged to confer on Monday with District Attorney Herman, who by that time will have recovered from the illness that struck him in the midst of the murder investigation. The mayor and district attorney, according to the former, will discuss ways and means of stamping out the witchcraft practices. Previous attempts to end the practices have failed. Reports were current that a special grand jury may be impaneled to investigate witchcraft, prevent prevalent hereabouts for generations. Previous attempts to wipe out the hexers have failed. The rumor that Judge Henry C. Niles would order such an investigation when he charges the grand jury at the January term of court, however, were denied by the jurist. "These men charged with murder may come before me for trial," Judge Niles stated, "and it would be impossible for me to express an opinion of any sort on the matter beforehand." And then, it goes even further. There's another article called "Scores of Deaths Are Laid at Door of Powwow Cult." That goes on about how deep it is. I'll just read the opening of this. Powwow healing, deeply rooted in the everyday lives of natives of this section for centuries, has caused the death of at least 5 small children here within the last 2 years, County Coroner Dr. L.V. Zeck revealed this afternoon. Without ever having had the slightest bit of medical attention, these babies died, according to the coroner. While mysterious hymns are being chanted over their bodies by powwowers, claiming divine guidance, scores upon scores of other babies, as well as some adults, included in the annual death toll in this section, are victims of these weird and fantastic practices, it was charged by the York County Medical Society, the officials claiming that practitioners can be found throughout York and several surrounding counties. Aroused by the widespread activities of these healers, the county coroner, the district attorney, officials and members of the medical society, members of the clergy and prominent lawyers, and some newspapers have united to drive them out of the county forever, and a public mass meeting is being arranged to be held in the next few days. Powwowing and all associated forms of activities as practiced here not only were revealed as a menace to the health of the community, but it was also announced by county officials that bands of unscrupulous men and women are using this belief in bewitching and hexing to play upon the ignorant populace, victimizing them out of thousands of dollars yearly. Widespread as is its belief in powwowing in connection with the healing of disease, it is not considered nearly so dangerous as the practice of this craft, which has been taken over by a band of unscrupulous men. The courts are filled with cases of this kind at the present time, and many of the bankruptcy pleas that are filed here can also be traced to these fantastic practices, officials admitted. It is not an uncommon thing, it was said, to have a man or woman go into bankruptcy after having lost home or fortune or both because of activities with this band. District Attorney Herman bitterly denounced this band of, quote, fakers, saying that although powwowing was not necessarily dangerous, the falling of this so-called art into the hands of these men make them a public menace. "I'm going to make a desperate effort to drive these men out of the county," the DA said, "and if we can secure any kind of information against them, they will be prosecuted." Wow. So... yeah. Kind of, wild.
So this definitely became a thing across the country. There was it was basically a huge scandal in the aftermath of this murder, just because it's such a, it's a lurid tale and everything. I mean, I feel like maybe we should talk about like the actual like details in case people didn't like catch them like or in the full picture like from that thing because
right. We can get to the story itself.
Yeah, let's tell the story of what exactly happened. So like there's like basically like three people who are involved in this. Some of them like are quite young. Like the main kind of a instigator of all this is this guy John Blymeyer. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. So basically, like the long and short of it was that this is someone who like believed like very like and was very like deeply like committed to his like belief in in this. It was a big part of like his sort of life and worldview. There's some like it's a very interesting question. I do want to read like a little bit in a bit from the work of this guy Alleron Monroe, I think is his name. He like was very prolific writer of like books about the Pennsylvania Dutch and like some other topics having to do with Pennsylvania, and he wrote a couple of books on this thing, and he has some interesting things to say about John Blymeyer and his accomplices. But so yeah, basically, I mean, maybe we should like read a version of the account from the book that you were just mentioning, the
Trials of Hex.
Yeah, they have a pretty good description of how it happened with like Emma Knoll, right? Because there's this interesting episode where basically like Blymeyer was like like afflicted with this like strange illness, right? And he felt that he was like under the oppression of like some kind of like spell, and so he consulted this woman, Emma Knoll, who was known as like a witch, or he called her like Witch Knoll, right? Yeah, she was like an elderly woman basically,
Yes.
like her real name I guess was Emma Knopp, right? But for
yeah.
And
I think like she called herself Knoll, but he called her Mall. Like maybe it was the kind of a typo thing, Witch Mall. And I think like her name was her chosen name was like Emma Knoll, I think. And let me just see right here. Yeah, Emma Knoll was the name she went by. Oh yeah, Witch Knoll. Anyways, yeah, she was like an old powwow woman, basically. That John goes to. Yeah, maybe I'll read just a little bit from the "My Name Is Blymeyer" chapter, because it walks through pretty quickly like what happened and who John Blymeyer was. And it is interesting also, I'll just throw this out right now to like chew on, that it's interesting that this happens like right on the, like less than a year before the Great Depression hits and like the stock market crash. Because there's a lot of talk about like people putting hexes on people's farms and driving them into bankruptcy and that kind of thing. Like economic failure being tied to somebody must be hexing me. When, actually maybe it was kind of the, like, this is a crazy time in the American economy, and I wonder if things were kind of like spiraling a little bit, like leading up to the huge crash in what was it, September 1929, where everybody kind of lost everything. But anyways, just something to keep in mind. Anyways, McGinnis writes here, the year was 1928. For most people, it was a pretty good year. The Kellogg Peace Pact, by the way, Kellogg, had been signed in Paris. The country was still basking in the afterglow of Charles Lindbergh's transatlantic flight, and the economy was moving forward to an unprecedented level of prosperity. Unfortunately, here and there, some folks were not participating in the general mood of optimism and goodwill. For John Blymeyer, 1928 was not a good year. For as long as he could remember, the years had not been good. His wife had left him, 2 of his 3 children had died, he had great difficulty in staying regularly employed, and he wandered aimlessly about the streets of York and the surrounding countryside, with the witches he imagined always in pursuit. John boasted that he possessed, quote, great powers in witchcraft, that these powers were shared by 3 generations of his family, and that he had inherited these so-called powers from his father, Emmanuel. Interesting, that cuts against the like gender crossing transmission. But anyways, Emmanuel, his father, made the claim shortly after the murder that the family was, quote, gifted in powwowism. John's grandfather, Andrew, was a powwower who had passed the powers to his son, Emmanuel. After the murder, Emanuel made the statement that John was a most potent practitioner and that he believed John would find a way out of his troubles. Neither John's mother nor his father appeared to be greatly disturbed by their son's difficulties. John lived in a dingy room on the third floor of a house at the corner of Pine and Chestnut Street in the city. There he did much of his own cooking on a rusty coal stove. The room was mostly bare of furniture. When Detective Ralph W. Keach of the District Attorney's Office examined Bleymeyer's room after the murder, he found a note indicating that John had been born Christmas Eve, 1895. Also, there were notes found that John had made about the long-lost friend book and, this is interesting, the 6th and 7th book of Moses, as well as a prescription for alleviating pain in John's barely legible handwriting and signed by John at the end.
These are two, like, pretty popular occult books at the time. The Long Lost Friend was, like, extremely popular.
Right.
And, like, it plays a role, like, in all this. Yeah, I mean,
well, but also, do you notice there? I was a little surprised to find out that there was a very popular grimoire book from, I guess like the 18th century that made its way over here called the 6th and 7th Book of Moses. Given what like Gen Alpha and young Gen Z have been yelling, like, not, just like mindlessly yelling as a meme for the last year.
I didn't even think
6,
about
7,
that.
Bruh, 6,
right,
7.
yeah, I guess
they're casting spells. They don't even know it.
I think the point is that you can like see that, like, I mean, those numbers are like next to each other.
Okay.
Like, in the number line is the number, like, I mean,
all right. I mean, just nonsensical rap song that everyone gets like mind controlled and to be like 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7. I don't know. It's a synchronicity. I don't know. It's a little spooky.
All right,
It's like this is very popular floating around the occult.
Okay.
I don't think it's. I think it's interesting.
Are you serious? No, okay. Anyway,
the 6th and 7th Book of Moses. I mean, come on.
All right. I mean, but 6 and 7 are like sequential numbers, so it's not so unusual, like, to see those numbers together because they follow one another in like the sequence of numbers.
I don't know. In
the
context
people
of
see them
casting
everywhere.
spells, it's a little weird. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
We'll let the chat decide if that's us or not.
We'll
but anyway, so he had read like I don't know. He had written a bunch of like magical kind of like rituals like down. Things like to stop the blood upon Christ's grave, 3 lilies grow. The first is named youth, the other virtues truth, and third Sabul, blood stop, plus sign, plus sign, plus sign. Interesting. Okay. John was said to be 32 or 33 years old. He belonged to a time when sorcerers conjured up mysterious concoctions and potions, and when witches cast spells on unsuspecting victims, causing misery, misfortune, and even death. It was reported after the murder that 4 years before the event, he'd been living with a farmer in Windsor Township by the name of Walter Keener. By using his wiles, John had been able to convince the farmer that he owed him $400. He convinced him to like transfer him land, but a judge ruled it void. So let's see, blah blah blah. John's father, Emmanuel, couldn't read or write. Anyways,
I think a better way to like get into like actually what happened might be to like like recount like his testimony at the trial, because like this is kind of what I'm getting at, like what actually like led up to this killing and what happened, like, and this is a kind of a succinct way of going about it.
Right.
So so this is like from his trial, right? So he's on the stand and this is his testimony. So he's asked, John, how old are you? He replied promptly, but in a low tone of voice, 33. You have to talk louder, John, said his attorney. 33. No, the jury can't hear you. 33. How many brothers and sisters have you? Bleimer counted over his fingers, replying directly, 4 sisters and 2 brothers. All living? All except one. Know what she died of? John moved his hands, bringing one of them across his forehead. Sick in the head, he replied. For the past 10 years, how have you been feeling? I couldn't rest or sleep. I couldn't talk. John's fingers seemed to be a part of his manner in directing his speech, and he had them moving quite freely during the time he was on the stand. When he spoke of being unable to talk, his fingers moved up to his mouth. What caused you to feel that way, John? I was bewitched. This question was felt by the defense counsel to be the big point of the case. John replied in a manner that betrayed no emotion. He showed no more concern over that remark than if he had been holding a conversation about the weather. Did you see any doctors? Yes, Dr. Lenhart. in parentheses, a reputed powwow doctor. No, I mean real doctors. Any real doctors? The defendant named half a dozen or more doctors in York, whom he said he had consulted. Were you ever treated in the York hospital? Yes, sir. Did you feel this way when you were living with your wife? Yes, sir. What did the doctors say was the matter with you? You mean the medical doctors? Well, they said I had a nervous disease. They said I had melancholia. Did they help you? The reply to the above question did not seem to be just what Counsel Cohen expected, so he tried another query. Did you feel any better after you saw them? No, not much. After you went to the medical doctors, John, you went to Dr. Lenhart? Yes. What did he say was the matter with you? He said I was bewitched. The tone still continued calm, even as could be. Who else treated you? Sam Schmuck. How many times did you see Sam Schmuck? About a dozen. Did you feel any better after you saw him? No. What did Schmuck say was the matter with you? He said I was bewitched. How many times did you see Miss Knoll? Mrs. Knoll, said to be the Marietta quote-unquote witch, is said to be in her 90s and to have wielded much influence over Blymeyer. Oh, quite a few times, he answered. What did she tell you was the matter with you? She said I was bewitched. What did you say to her when you first saw her? She asked me first how I felt, and I said that's why I came here to ask how I felt. Interesting. Then she told me that somebody was keeping my rest from me, that I couldn't sleep or eat, and was pining away. And you believed you were pining away? Yes, sir. You believed you were dying? Yes, sir, I was. Did Mrs. Knoll tell you who had bewitched you? Yes, she said a gentleman down in the country. She said, Rehmeyer. And I said, which Rehmeyer? And she said, Nelson Rehmeyer. So, continuing on. Now, this is from Monroe's book, Ammon Monroe Jr. Now the trend of questioning changed, and Cohen asked how Mrs. Knoll operated in her discovery of who had him bewitched. Blymeyer had spoken of $1 bill, so Cohen produced a blank note, which he handed to John, telling him to indicate the way Mrs. Knoll did. Blymeyer took the note and placed it on the palm of his left hand and looked up. She put it on my hand this way, he said. Then she said some words and took it off, and I looked down, and in my hand, I could see Nelson Rehmeyer. So basically, she put the $1 bill in his hand, uttered, a spell over it. And then when it turned over, George Washington was replaced by the image of his persecutor,
right.
Rehmeyer.
Like,
Yeah, exactly. And so then he asked what would break the spell. And she said that he had to get the book, the spell book of this sorcerer who is oppressing him. It's just a long lost friend, this popular grimoire. Or a lock of hair. And he's asked, did she know Rehmeyer has such a book? And he says, she must have. She told me to go get the book. How many times did you go to see Mrs. Knoll? 5 or 6 times. Did she always tell you Nelson Rehmeyer had bewitched you? Yes, but that was the first time I saw him in my hand. When was this? Maybe about 3 months ago, something like that. Did anyone else ever tell you Nelson Rehmeyer had you hexed? No, sir. After Mrs. Knoll, did you see any other powwow doctors? Yes, Lenhart and Schmuck. Did they tell you who had bewitched you? No, they said I was bewitched, but they said they weren't sure who did it. Did you ever go to a powwow doctor named Murray? And it's noted that this is, a black doctor. Interesting that they kind of picked it up. And did he say you were bewitched? Yes, sir. When did you see him? Not for about a year. When you saw Rehmeyer's picture in your hand, you knew he had bewitched you? Yes, sir. She, that is Mrs. Knoll, had told me so. Then he asked him about his acquaintance with Milton Hess, the father of Wilbert, the 18-year-old boy who happened to be one of the principals in the murder of Rehmeyer. The elder Hess had told Blymeyer about numerous troubles within the family. And on the farm, crops were failing, cattle were dying, the family was ill, and the next time John went to see Mrs. Knoll, he asked her about it. Cohen then continued, what did she tell you about the Hess family? She said they were bewitched. Did you work for him? Yes, I used to dig his potatoes. Did you ever go see Nelson Rehmeyer for powwow treatment? Yes. When? When I was down about a year ago. When you were there, did you sleep in the house? The first time I did. The second time I came home. Now, John, I want you to come down to the time just before all this happened and tell us how you decided to go to Rehmeyer's house and for what purpose. Well, John Curry, that's a 14-year-old boy who was also an accomplice to this and implicated. And we had talked it over, and him and I made out to get hair or the book. What did Curry say? He said we could get some rope and tie Rehmeyer up and get the hair, but I said we had better use wire. He said it will cut, so we decided to get some rope at Swartz's store. Then we went to Curry's home. As explained, this occurred on Monday, November 29th, the day before the murder, and on the same evening the boys were at the home of Mrs. Alice Rehmeyer, as has been testified. Monday evening, John Curry and I went to the Hess home, and we walked to Wilbert and asked his brother, Clayton Hess, if he would take us where we were going in the car. We went to Rehmeyer's house. When we got there, he wasn't there, so we went and saw Mrs. Rehmeyer. I asked her where he was, and she didn't know. I asked her, didn't he ever come over? And she said, yes, he did, and she wished the devilish old witch wouldn't come over. Then we went back to Rehmeyer's and saw a light, and he let us in. I asked if he had a book called The Long Lost Friend, and he said he had. That was all he said, just that he had it. So when we asked if we could stay all night, he said, all right. You slept in Rehmeyer's home Monday night, all night? Yes, sir, in the kitchen, and so did John Curry. Where did Rehmeyer sleep? I don't know. He went upstairs and turned off the light, and in the morning he got up and made breakfast, and we ate. Why didn't you tie him up and get the hair that night? We made out that he was too much for us to throw down, and we made out to get Wilbert Hess to help us get the hair. What happened at Hess's on Tuesday? Nothing much. We asked Clayton to take us down, and he did. And we took Wilbert to help get the hair or the book. Did you tell Clayton what you were going for? Yes. Did you tell Wilbert? Yes. Did you tell Mrs. Hess? Not that I remember of. And then he described his fatal visit, and he denied taking an active part in it. He claimed he hadn't struck Rehmeyer except with his fist, didn't strangle him, nor lighted the match with which his body was set on fire and partly consumed. So this is how he described it. We went down to the same place and went to Rehmeyer's home and rapped at the door, and Rehmeyer opened the window and asked who was there. I said I came for the book, and he said he'd come down. We went in, and he was holding a lamp. I said, where was the book? And he didn't say anything. He went to the table and put away the flashlight, and Hess and I grabbed him. I started to beat him with my fists. I grabbed a chair and hit at him, but I missed, and the chair hit the floor and broke. We got him down, and he said to let him up, and he'd get the book. So we let him up, and he came for me with full force like this. He illustrated with his hands extended forward like claws. Still no emotion in his voice. Hess and Curry grabbed him, and they started to beat him. Then Curry gets a block of wood and hits Rehmeyer with it twice. Curry dropped the wood and walked around Rehmeyer and kicked him in the stomach. Was there any blood? Inquired his attorney. Yes, sir, when Curry hit him. How did the blood make you feel? The blood made me feel sick. How did you feel? Well, sick, like I wanted to vomit, Here, John's recollections make him again make several motions with his hands, an expression on his face that indicated a sickening feeling. What happened then? Curry grabbed the lamp and went upstairs, and Hess behind him, and I went too. Why did you go? To look for the book. Then followed a description of the scene upstairs, as he told how Curry and Hess had found money on a dresser and how they pocketed it. Didn't you say anything to them about taking the money? I told them they oughtn't to do that. So, yeah, after returning from the upstairs and going to the place where Rehmeyer lay, Curry is said to have tied a rope around Rehmeyer's neck. Blymeyer said he poured water around the body because someone has mentioned fingerprints. Later on in his testimony, he had declared that he did not know what was meant by fingerprints. Well, go on, John. Hesse got the tick off the bed and put it on Rehmeyer. Then Curry takes the lamp, pours oil on the mattress, and he asks me if I have got a match, and I say, no, I don't smoke, and I haven't got no matches. So then John finds a match, and he struck it and threw it down when we went out. He went first, then Curry, and then me. We all started running across the field because I thought I saw someone standing in the road, but Curry said it was just a shadow. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's basically the story of the murder. Yeah.
Right. Kind of like a clumsy murder. Like they really didn't need to kill this guy, right?
Well, I guess from their perspective, they did.
Well, I mean,
I guess maybe not from what Mrs. Knoll advised them.
Right. She didn't say, like, you have to go kill this guy.
Yeah.
It was like, cut some of his hair off and then take the book and then go and bury that, like, behind your barn. Yeah.
Yes.
That's, I think, and then it kind of, like, devolves once they get there. Like, it's very odd. Like, they just kind of start beating him up, and then it just, like, keeps kind of escalating until they like eventually kind of beat him to death and like strangle him. And then they're like, oh, fuck. Oh, I guess we killed him. I guess they can't find the book, right? Like they never find the book.
I No, they don't. Well, Blymeyer admitted that Rehmeyer had taken some object from his pocket during the fight and he handed it to Curry, but he said the object might have been the long lost friend, which Mrs. Knoll had told him to burn. So I don't know. I mean, they might have like burned it, or yeah.
But if that sounds like he's being sneaky about it. Like he didn't be
Maybe,
like, guys,
yeah.
I found the book. Let's stop beating him to death. Like
Yeah.
And they
Sure,
I think they didn't. They also like didn't explain to him when they like jumped on him like what they were after. Like he was very confused. I think one source said like he fought against. He was a big guy and he fought against them with like the vigor of the that he would use against like common thieves that broke into his house. Of just like these guys are like just trying to kill me. Like what the fuck. And if they had explained like we just want to cut your hair and we want this book for powwow purposes, like he maybe could have given it to just let them take the hair. But I mean, in a lot of ways, these guys don't seem like on one level like the sharpest tools in the shed.
Well, I mean, that was kind of the argument that they like had, like that they were like, in the parlance of the time, like they were like weak-minded. I mean, Blymeyer himself like had been like in a hospital like for the insane,
Right,
in Harrisburg for a little while. So like there's this idea that like he might have been mentally ill, and that these boys also were like kind of, like first of all they were young.
One of them was like 15, right?
Yeah, one was 14. And the other was 18.
14, yeah.
So yeah, they really, were fairly young. Maybe less by the standards of the time than they might seem to us today. But still, on top of that, they often said that they were kind of, like not poor. They had poorly developed mental powers, and were kind of mere dupes. Although it is kind of odd to light someone on fire. Even if like you're under the thrall of somebody else, and I feel like an 18-year-old at least, usually a 14-year-old too, but an 18-year-old at least can kind of, determine
Realize
right and
that
wrong and like
this
not
is
to
bad.
do this, even if like an older person is kind of telling you. And it almost seems like, I mean, from his own testimony, I guess, who knows like what actually he said. He might have said we gotta kill him, but even if he did, still, like your average 14-year-old would be like, no, I'm not gonna like commit a murder because you said that we gotta do it.
Right. And
even if like you have been bewitched, like, but I guess maybe they felt, Hess might have felt that his family was also under the spell of the same person.
Right. That was the thing with the Hess family and their kind of involvement with this, is that their farm was failing. Like they were going through financial troubles, and they were kind of like looking for something. They were open to having something to blame. And then they cross paths with this guy who's like very convinced that, well, it's weird. Like he sees like a vision of this guy in his hand allegedly, and is I mean that could be a manifestation of kind of sort of schizo, like having a hallucination that this guy, that how well did they know each other before like he saw that vision? Like he knew who he was, right? Like he
he knew who he was. In fact, it seems like he had actually seen him and like was kind of like friendly with him, like ish, like he did let him into his house and everything like that, so
but it wasn't that after he saw the vision and they were kind of scoping out the place, like they went and stayed with him
but like he wasn't just a complete stranger to him, and he attested that he had seen him like actually for his illness. That's what he said.
Okay.
So it's but I think like it is unclear. Like he did say, according to them, that he had this book. Not that, I mean, maybe they imagined that would exonerate them if he had it, so they lied and pretended that he did. But I mean, it is possible that he did have it, because it seems like he was actually like a practitioner of this, and this was a popular book.
It was a very popular book.
It is also very interesting that like I assume it is true that I mean, I guess maybe I shouldn't assume that it is true. Like maybe he just kind of scapegoated this woman as the person who gave him this malicious advice, that he had to get that book and like get a lock of hair from Nelson Rehmeyer. But if one were to assume that she actually did say that, then it would have like been odd for her to mention him unless he were like a known practitioner of this stuff, right? So like she kind of was aware of him. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean there are people that have reputations in this area for doing powwow and being good at it
Yeah.
and
I
all
mean,
that.
at first, I think that the reason why he had to resort to using, like, why she had to prove it using the dollar was because, like, he didn't believe it because he actually trusted this guy and thought that he was like like a kind of a friend or like
Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they,
Yeah.
they kind of like, knew each other pretty well and like he trusted him in some way. So that's kind of, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's yeah, the book at Trials of X does say that that Rehmeyer like did have a copy of Long Lost Friend, which like it isn't surprising at all because this was like a huge hit, and it was it was published in German, but it was pretty popular among the Pennsylvania Dutch like community, written by this guy Johann Georg Hohmann, who was a powwower, who basically published this book, which is a collection of folk remedies, so it's kind of like an encyclopedia for all kinds of, like folk magic. It says, some of they would use Bible verses, Albertus Magnus's Egyptian Secrets, sometimes the 6th and 7th books of Moses, but Long Hidden Friend was like the kind of the bestseller, like the one people went to the most.
It's actually like kind of interesting, like the story around this book. Yeah, it was really popular, and it also became popular among like not only like practitioners of like braucherei or powwow, but also like hoodoo practitioners.
I was gonna bring that up. Setting aside the etymology of 6th and 7th aside, that is a really interesting thing about the 6th and 7th books of Moses. Just like looking over the Wikipedia here, that it was after Long Lost Friend or Long Hidden Friend was published in 1820. That was a little popular. It says, while versions of the 6th and 7th books were likely passed around German immigrant communities from the late 18th century, the 1849 Leipzig copy was followed by a New York printing in German in 1865 and an English translation in 1880. The growth of inexpensive paperback publication in the 19th century, like those of Chicago occult publisher L.W. de Lawrence, helped the work gain popularity outside German communities. And I think somebody in the chat was saying L.W. de Lawrence, sus alert with that guy. Like, interesting, Chicago occult turn of the century. But the African American thing is interesting. It says here, the boom in inexpensive publishing and interest in spiritualism helped the work gain popularity in the African American population of the U.S. and from there, the Anglophone parts of the Caribbean. From 1936 through 1972, the folklorist Harry Middleton Hyatt, who we talked about in the Crossroads episode, right, interviewed 1,600 African-American Christian root doctors and home practitioners of hoodoo, and many of them made reference to using this book and other seal-bearing grimoires of the era, such as the Key of Solomon. When Hyatt asked his informants where such books were purchased, he was told they could be had by mail order from hoodoo suppliers in Chicago, Memphis, and Baltimore. In the West Indies, the book became one of the central texts of Jamaican Obeah and was counted among the founding works of the Zion Revivalist Christian movement and the Rastafari movement in the early 20th century. And here's an interesting paragraph. In early 20th century, British West Africa and Liberia, the 6th and 7th books were adopted widely. It served as a source for Christian magic, both by West African spiritualist Christian cults and, quote, assimilated Africans. In colonial Gold Coast and Nigeria, it was seen as a Western form of magic that might be used by educated Africans seeking access to Britain or its power, much like Masonic ritual or Rosicrucianism. The Nigerian press in the 1920s regularly featured advertisements for copies of the 6th and 7th books, etc. It was also influential in Christian occult movements in Anglophone West Africa, and West African religious movements which blended Christianity and traditional magic made use of the work. This one example was the Nigerian Church of the Lord, Aladura, which was likely derived from the 6th and 7th book. So actually, like, it did end up having like a really big influence on African American and like Anglophone African diaspora and West African. Like it's actually, I'd like to actually look more into that with like Liberia's history of Freemasonry and also like the use of ritual even among like high-ranking political figures. Like when they say that it was used by people in Nigeria who wanted access to British power, You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's a type of Western magic. Like there's parallels in Liberia to people that went to like Ivy League schools and then came back and like sacrificed somebody in a ritual to become like Speaker of the House or something.
It's kind of like, we talked about this a little bit in a previous episode, talking about kind of the like, the indwelling of like the European spirits in these kind of like ritual
the Coney
contexts.
episode,
like,
right?
Yeah. We talked about it in Coney 2012, but also like it's like that. You can see the same thing with Freemasonry, like in outside Europe and outside the United States, like in the Arab world in particular. There was like a surge of interest in Freemasonry among like Arab intellectuals, like in the 19th and early 20th century. Because it was thought like, okay, well, this is like a European thing, like this, or that was like kind of one of the reasons. But I mean, and also like it's true as well that like the long lost friend had that influence, among like hoodoo practitioners as well. So it wasn't confined to. It was really like one of the most popular books of its kind, right? So it wouldn't be so unusual for someone interested in this, like in an area where like he says like which. I personally think this is probably true that he did see like 3 powwow practitioners that he was able to access like pretty easily and who were like willing to give him a prescription on this, so or to diagnose him as being bewitched, so he's in a context where like this is widely practiced and a pretty familiar thing, so it's not so unusual that like such a thing would be on somebody's shelf. But what's interesting about the long lost friend, and this is what I keep forgetting his name. Don Moyer has to say about it, which is he says the long lost friend contains prayers and rituals for healing, protection, and assistance, as well as some miscellaneous household recipes. Hohmann didn't write the contents and really copied the majority from a classic 18th century European collection of cures called Das Romanes Buchlein, or like the little Roma book, the little book of the little Roma little book, which has appeared a decade earlier than Hallmann's edition, under the title. Of course, when translated to English, they used a slur, a certain slur with a G, but you get the idea. And some of the contents were also copied from Albertus Magnus, but the remainder of the materials included in the Long Lost Friend was derived from the oral tradition, which caused a stir among Hallmann's contemporaries. Hallmann alludes to the controversy in his foreword. Had I not wanted to allow it to be printed, and my wife also, I had not wanted to allow it to be printed, and my wife also opposed it, but my compassion for my fellow man was too great. I ask thee once again, friend, male or female, is it not at present an eternal praise for me that I have permitted such books to be printed? Do I deserve no reward from God on account of it? It's a very interesting statement, like very interesting, like phrasing too. Like it does kind of like, if you read it in the context of what Don Moyer was saying earlier about like this sort of like alternating gender transmission of this, it is kind of interesting the way he like specifies like, male or female, right? And that's the other thing. I forgot to mention this when we were talking earlier about the relation with some of what David Gordon White brought up in the book we were recently discussing by him. Demons Are Forever. Like, he talks about like kind of the difference in sort of like a gendered traditions, and like in some ways like it is true, like the like literate tradition, especially like in the past when literacy was more limited, it wasn't only limited by like sort of class, it was also like limited by gender a lot of the time, right? Like women were like traditions among like women are more likely to be like transmitted orally, right? Because like the sort of literary traditions, when they were more exclusive, were like also more male, more patriarchal, right? So, but so it is interesting that this was kind of this controversy that he kind of violated this aversion to the written publication of this, and how he framed this in this way of like I ask you, like, male or female, right? Do I deserve no reward from God on account of allowing this book to be printed, right? Kind of, he's saying like now, like I've kind of like brought this out of this like chain of accessibility, right? I've made it accessible to anybody, like through reading this book, right?
Oh, I see. He said, "Do I not deserve a reward for doing so?"
Well, he's saying like, isn't what I'm doing good? Basically, I don't have to
Right.
deserve a reward from God. Isn't this a good deed that I've made this
Right.
valuable knowledge, this healing knowledge available? Right.
Uh-huh. But not
yeah.
everybody felt that way. Not every people.
Well, no,
were kinda
because
pissed.
they felt that this was something. Yeah, like they felt that part of this like tradition was the way that it's transmitted, right? And he kind of had violated, and then like part of it was that like there's you're not supposed to like write this down, except maybe as a personal reference, right? You're not supposed to publish it.
You can't publish
it's,
the
it's,
the
it's a cult,
rituals. Yeah,
and that's like
exactly.
part of the value of it. So yeah, but I'm reading like this one edition of it right now, and of course the cover says the sort of introductory page, whoever carries this book with him is safe from all his enemies, visible or invisible, and whoever has this book with him cannot die without the holy corpse of Jesus Christ, nor drown in any water, nor burn up in any fire, nor can any unjust sentence be passed upon him. So help me. Right. So it's very interesting. The book itself kind of has this power. Yeah.
And the not being able to be set on fire. That was something that spooked people out about this, about the murder and like the attempt to set the body on fire. But then like the fire sort of went out, and people thought that had to do with his powwow powers, like to some degree.
Although
right?
I guess he was able to be killed, which the book kind of promises that you won't be able to.
Unjust sentence was passed upon him in a way.
Yeah,
by other
definitely.
people.
Yeah. Yes.
Almost like a loophole,
Yeah. And it starts off with like a testimony of all the sort of healing that he's performed, right? Like Henry Jorger residing at Reading. Reading, brought to me a boy who suffered extreme pain caused by a wheal in the eye in the year 1814. In a little more than 24 hours, I, with the help of God, have healed him. John Bayer, son of Jacob Bayer, now living near Reading, had an ulcer on his leg, which gave him great pain. I attended him, and in a short time the leg was well. This was in the year 1818. So he just kind of like delineates all the pain that he's been able to heal using this book. Here are just some examples of like the remedies inside. Like a good remedy for worms to be used for men as well as for cattle. Mary, God's mother, traversed the land, holding 3 worms close in her hand. One was white, the other was black, the third was red. This must be repeated 3 times, at the same time stroking the person or animal with the hand. And at the end of each application, strike the back of the person or the animal, to wit, at the first application once, at the second application twice, and the third application 3 times. And then set the worms a certain time, but not less than 3 minutes.
And that gets rid of what, like, tapeworms, ringworms, or something like that?
Yeah, I guess tapeworms, maybe other types of worms. I'm not an expert. Ringworm, maybe? I don't know. There's different types of worms.
I guess that would happen back then.
A good remedy for the wildfire. Wildfire and the dragon flew over a wagon. The wildfire abated and the dragon skated. To destroy warts, roast chicken feet and rub the warts with them, then bury them under the eaves. Similar to the potato method, but involving chicken feet, I guess. So a lot of them are kind of these little. This is a nice one. God has created all things, and they were good. Thou only, serpent, art damned. Cursed be thou and thy sting. Zing, zing, zing. That's a way to cure the bite of a snake.
Right.
Yeah. So, you can see, a couple of the applications of this. He gives an example of a talisman that you can use. Ut nemo insense tad descendere nemo ad precedenti spectator mantica tergo. The best argument is to try it. This is what a hermit wrote in the paper. That no one in sense holds. No one descends. Is that again, my Latin's pretty rusty, but or let me to see. This what is tergo? Do you remember?
Oh no, I don't remember tergo.
To cleanse. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I see.
Interesting. That's a tergo. It's not the infinitive though, is it?
Yeah. So
interesting.
I guess maybe it's eye cleanse, or is this maybe an ablative? Anyway, I won't try to decode this now. Yeah. So those are some examples. But yeah, so it it did cause a controversy that he published this, because some of this comes from the oral tradition. But just to conclude here, this is some of what he speculates. It's kind of interesting. In Holman's introduction, amongst a series of testimonials on the efficacy of ritual process dated 1812 to 1819, Holman's wife Katerina is mentioned as a petitioner in the earliest instance listed of Holman's witnessing esoteric healing. Right, so the first example that he gives is of his wife healing somebody with using this book, right? So yeah, I mean, maybe I can actually even read the example from his list.
Okay.
Yeah, it says Benjamin Stout, son of a Lutheran schoolmaster at Reading, suffered dreadfully from a wheal in the eye. A little more than 24 hours, the eye was sound as the other one. By the aid I rendered him with the help of God in the year 1817. These are all I. Holman. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this
I.
is
Holman.
Yeah, he does. Well, that's him.
Oh, okay,
Holman.
okay.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe it's omitted from this version, or maybe it's mentioned in a preface. But yeah. So apparently, at least in one edition, she's mentioned as the first person to use this book successfully. And this guy Dom Lawyer writes, one could therefore justifiably wonder whether or not Katharina could have been the individual responsible for teaching Hoffmann in the first place, adding a personal dimension to her concerns over his publication.
Oh, okay. He
However,
ran off with their secrets.
Yeah, or like she might have like taught him these things. Yeah. But so he goes on. However altruistic Hoffmann's desire may have initially been to help others with the publication of sensitive ritual material, it is undeniable that Hoffmann's collected works, and those who have followed in his footsteps, have enabled generations of the curious to essentially bypass the traditional protocol and purchase this material without the cultural context of direct interaction with a community. Perhaps of greatest concern is the way in which this method of learning could erode the sense of gender neutrality that has so characterized the practice. Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. In a real sense, the literature of powwow can appear as a disembodied corpus of ritual procedures, stripped of its place within a larger system of traditional beliefs. Yeah, so, and it is kind of interesting, like, the way that this murder, that's kind of where, like, one of the most interesting things about this to me is, like, the way that this murder kind of externalizes this, like, interesting, like, intellectual or, like, cultural tension. Like, how pivotal the book is, like, trying to get the book to like the murder. Like, this guy like Blymeyer, he goes to this like allegedly 90-year-old powwow witch, and she tells him that like he needs to obtain and destroy this book, right? That I'm not saying that it was because like she was angry at the publication of the book or something, but it's interesting that like it is like the idea that the book itself like has this power, right?
It's got something that this is like like the book shouldn't exist. Like it's I mean, it kind of lines up with the sort of exhortations to not use these practices for like self-gain, to like publish a really popular book that makes money and just sort of throws these ideas out there and like exposes them to the public, etc. You could see her maybe looking at like, this book is like itself is a misapplication of these practices and like should be destroyed. And yeah, definitely. There's one other interesting thing about Nelson Rehmeyer, the victim, is that he was like not only was he like a powwower, but he was a really dedicated socialist, right? Yeah, like he was a dedicated socialist, continuously spouting socialist ideas. During Keach's investigation of his home after the murder, a large amount of socialist literature, as well as pictures of socialist candidates for office in the last election, were found. And it says how much Blymeyer knew about Rehmeyer and his peculiarities is not clear, but it is certain that he had some notion that Rehmeyer was a strange man whose habits and characteristics were unusually irregular, and that Rehmeyer must have the long-lost friend as his possession, as indeed he did. And then I guess like at his funeral, they put up a bunch of like socialist posters like everywhere, and like hundreds of people came.
What confirms that he had the book? Because like, did they ever find it?
It mentions it there, but maybe it says elsewhere in this book that they like found a copy of it. It doesn't appear that the murderers found it.
They definitely didn't. Yeah, because they thought that maybe it was in his basement, but they were afraid to go down there. I guess maybe he thought that like it was handed to Curry at one point, as he said on the stand. But yeah, I don't know. It's you'd think that like they would, if the police did find it, they would have mentioned it. But
it might have come out at some place later. Let me search for the book. There is a picture of it here.
They did find it.
Nelson Rehmeyer's book Powwows with a Long Lost Friend, which Blymeyer was told to obtain along with the lock of his hair. Yeah, so I guess this is a.
So it's his copy of it.
There appears to be a picture on page 11 of Figure 2 that shows. Let me see. Yeah, it says Nelson Rehmeyer's book, so implies possession of a personal copy. It says the last important book is blah blah blah. I see.
Yeah.
Maybe he had. Yeah, I'm trying to see. Okay, it says Blymeyer was obviously familiar with it. I'm sorry, I keep getting Blymeyer and Rehmeyer mixed up. Yeah. Yeah, let me see. Go to Rehmeyer's, get on the book. Lost one of his books. They wanted his book. Did you find a pocketbook? I don't think so. The Long Lost Friend. Yeah, they found a pocketbook. I think that the author seems to be implying in the year 2000 that eventually like investigators found it. It seems like just likely that he would have a copy of it.
Thing. Yeah. There is a great confusion and misinformation when it comes to the whereabouts. This is from an article about the book. It's published in The Dagger, local news with an edge. This is actually on this very day in 2007.
Oh, wow. October, the day before
30th.
Halloween.
Yeah. Yes.
Wow.
This article was published.
Posting.
Yeah. So there's great confusion and misinformation when it comes to the whereabouts of Rehmeyer's witch book. York attorney and author McGinnis claims he has the victim's powwow book, but is tight-lipped on details and outright refuses to say how he came to acquire it. Ebal says others have come forward in the decades since the murder to announce they have Rehmeyer's copy of Long Lost Friend, which would undoubtedly carry great worth as a macabre memento and historic relic of the internationally publicized trial. He merely smirks the notion. As Ebal tells it, when word of the murder spread just after Thanksgiving, 1928, Rehmeyer's daughters raced from their nearby homes to the woods of the murder scene and removed some of their father's belongings before the FBI arrived. Among those items removed prior to the investigation were Rehmeyer's books, including the copy of The Long Lost Friend, which had allegedly triggered his murderers into action in the first place. Ebal says his family wasn't looking to compromise the crime scene, but recognized the investigators would have held the books with high suspicion and the family heirlooms would likely have been taken from them forever. Were he a betting man, Ebal would wager Rehmeyer's long-lost friend is sitting right where it was taken almost 80 years ago, along with a number of other items removed from the home, in the attic of his grandmother's house where he was raised. Ebal is coy when asked if he knows the precise location of the book. He insists he hasn't been to the attic to specifically look for his great-grandfather's powwow books, but also speaks with certainty and his outright dismissal of the claims of other supposed owners. I think that book's in my possession yet. Yeah, so
okay, so his like great grandson says that it must be in his collection of stuff somewhere.
Yeah.
Interesting. So it actually hasn't really. Maybe there were people that testified that like they saw him like with it at some point and like knew that he was like had a copy, but then they just never actually pinned down the copy, right?
Yeah, I mean, like there's so many copies of this book. Like
right.
Who knows?
It's
like, oh, this is actually his book, and like you could say like, yeah. It is interesting that there's like a sort of all like conflicting claims of possession between like the family. Yeah.
Well, yeah. The first thing that comes to my mind would be that of the three murderers, at least one of them, or maybe all of them, like did find it and then buried it, and were afraid that if it was dug up as evidence and like presented at the trial and like not put where it was supposed to be, that somehow there, though. I mean, they're already on trial for murder, so like, how much worse could it get? But maybe they feared something worse. I don't know if they didn't do it. But then again, it does seem like they kind of spiraled because they couldn't find the book, and I don't know, like, so maybe they just never did.
Well, but they also like weren't like they didn't like feel that the book mattered, I guess. It seemed like they concluded that since he was dead, like getting the book didn't
Was
like
irrelevant.
matter.
Okay,
Yeah.
interesting.
It's very odd that they were like afraid to go into his basement to like try to look for it, but that's what they claimed. So like after killing him, they were afraid to go in his basement and try to find it, or maybe they just didn't want to like delay there too long, after committing a murder.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But it possibly indicates that they were like afraid of some kind of magical thing kind of getting them even after the guy was dead, that it would be like it'd be dangerous to like go to the basement. It's a possibility. I don't know if they explain that in their trial testimony at all, but that would seem to like that would potentially imply that they still felt like the hex was on, like just killing a hexer. I guess they would call them hexes. Like a hex was a witch, basically. But like, if you kill a hex, it doesn't remove the curse or the hex.
Well, I guess it
what
does. Well, that's
Does
what
it?
they believed.
Or they believed it did?
So they thought. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So maybe they did just want to get out of there. I don't know, but it doesn't matter anymore. Like, we killed them. Which it is. It's like they. At least the way like the prosecutors described it is that they almost like go insane and become like barbarians when they go to the house. Like, their original plan just like goes out the window immediately, and it escalates into them just like savagely like beating this guy to death instead of a bunch of other less extreme things they could do, which wouldn't have ended up in like a murder and them going to jail forever. But it's like they got taken over by some kind of like fear and decided they had to take this. They just like rip this guy to shreds, which I think that's like what is one of the disturbing aspects that people felt at the time, but it's still kind of like weird and disturbing because it's like like it's weird if another powwower told you like you got to go kill that guy or else you're all fucked, and then they did it, but that's like a little more understandable, that they were like gullible and suggestible and did this, but this idea seems to have like arisen spontaneously while they were there, and I mean, you could chalk part of it up to just like a goofy, and he's got two teenagers with him, and he's not like the smartest guy ever, and maybe a little bit like a little crazy, and not thinking straight. And
I mean, he was desperate. Like, he did say that once he killed him, he felt better.
Oh my God!
He felt that the spell was lifted. So
I mean, it does. I think we've touched on this theme a lot in any episode where we talk about these like older instances of witchcraft, of like we can't just shunt aside the fact that like people really believed in this shit. And like regardless of its materiality in the traditional sense, or like our inability to prove that it actually does anything, at least on a psychological level, I don't know, in a society where everybody kind of buys into this kind of belief system, then I don't I don't know exactly how to explain it.
When he went to the medical doctors, according to his testimony, what they diagnosed him with was like a nervous disorder, like melancholia, right? So like so it does seem like part of it was like the sense that he was bewitched. And like definitely like there does seem to be some kind of like psychosomatic element here, which I think is like kind of like I think the distinction between like, like quote unquote real witchcraft and like, it's all in the mind is like a little bit like, blurrier than like sometimes it's made out to be, it's like, oh, it's not real witchcraft. It's all like psychological. It's like, I think, real witchcraft in some way like is psychological, but or does like work on the mind like a lot of the
Right,
time.
like
Yeah.
to say it's just psychological actually is like you're kind of admitting that it quote unquote works, like in a certain sense.
I
Like,
mean,
and
it's
so
like,
you know what I mean?
yeah,
Like
I mean, it's funny because, like, if you think about like psychological, we struggled with the Latin earlier, but I definitely like remember enough to know that like the psyche or the psyche in Greek is basically just the soul, basically.
Right,
Like
right.
psychological is kind of another way of saying like spiritual or like I
Mhm.
guess spiritualogical or something, but spiritual knowledge related. So yeah, like the I mean, we think of like when we say psychological, we think of like, okay, it's like the brain, it's like a chemical imbalance or something,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah. Which
it's
I'm
really,
a little bit I'm like definitely at least somewhat skeptical of like the chemical imbalance framing of like why people have sort of mental problems. That it's like this totally like acausal, random, like semi-inherited, semi-environmental, but you can't really place it on anything thing that like makes your chemicals off and then you feel bad. And it's like, I don't know, I feel like everything's a little more blurry and integrated and like we're affected by things like trauma and like societal stress and like all these other things
well,
that
yeah,
like
yeah. I mean, I think that like maybe that those things cause the chemicals in your brain to be like, out of. I think maybe you
right.
can make up for like the negative experiences or the feelings you have like as a result of those environmental things with like like chemicals that then like balance out like whatever the chemical like quote unquote imbalance you might have, and in some cases maybe it is just like kind of a like an illness or like a whether it's genetic or I guess usually it is like kind of like inherited or but I feel like yeah, of course the environment
Yeah.
matters.
Yeah, I think
um
there's like there's a spectrum of like maybe like susceptibility to like at points where people experience kind of like psychological maladies like based on their lives and their experience and like the society they live in and all this kind of stuff. So some people are like maybe more like resilient to kind of powering through it, and then other people are beset by it in a more extreme way. But yeah, like the environment's always a factor. I think in terms of like it's not as self-generating a phenomenon, I think, as our kind of like modern like neoliberal understanding of it, that it's sort of like detached from society like
I
completely.
mean, yeah, like I mean, we can kind of see like in this like instance itself, like this like phenomenon where he like he went to like doctors operating in like different kind of like paradigms of like healing or medicine, right?
Hmm.
Some who were like powwowers or who were practicing in this tradition, and some who were like in the words of his lawyer, like real doctors, right? And what
Right.
and they both gave different diagnoses. One said, oh, you are bewitched, basically, right? And the other said that you have like a nervous disorder. But
Hmm.
it is interesting that according to him, let me like maybe see if I can bring up the relevant part in this book. Sorry, I'm like managing all my tabs here. Where did I think this is it. Yeah, okay. And he when he said he could, I gotta put spaces here. Yeah, he says this is the conversation he has with the lawyer. John, could you put a spell on me? Said Mr. Cohen. No, sir, I couldn't. Could you put a spell on anyone? No. Could Mrs. Knoll put a spell on anyone? I don't know. If Rehmeyer were alive, could he put a spell on me? Yes, he could.
Oh
Since
my God.
Rehmeyer and his hair have been buried, do you feel better? Yes, I can sleep and rest and eat. You are building yourself up, are you? Well, I feel stronger. John is this author. This is again. This book is from around this period.
Mhm.
So a couple of years after. So it is of its time, right? But John seems to have been quite satisfied with his lot, even though he had been in county jail for over a month at the time of the trial. He wore rather a picture of contentment. That such were the reflections in his mind may be noted in what at any other time would be considered very quote-unquote bold statements. John, would you kill anyone who had hexed you? Yes. If the judge of this court put a spell on you, would you kill him? Yes. This
Wow.
is really not the best way to go.
It's not the greatest
If the
defense.
district attorney put a spell on you, would you kill him? Yes. If your father put a spell on you, would you kill him? Yes. Then came the cross-examination of a determined district attorney. This failed to move the defendant. Did you receive any money from Milton Hess? District Attorney Herman asked. Yes. How much? $10. Why? To get him a Queen Elizabeth root from Sam Schmuck to keep away the hexes. Did you make Milton Hex believe you had the power to remove spells? No, sir. The cross-examination concerned itself chiefly with the state's effort to establish the robbery motive. Blymeyer admitted that Rehmeyer had taken some object from his pocket during the fight and handed it to Curry. But he said the object might have been the long-lost friend, which Mrs. Knoll had told him to burn. Right? Yeah, we talked about that before. Yeah. So he said he felt better.
He did. I mean, yeah, it's weird that all of them kind of seem to have the affect in the trial of like that like MK death row guy on the Geraldo like Satanism special that was like, you killed your best friend so you could get 10,000 souls in hell, and he's like, yes. you know, it's just like totally blank affect. Of like basically like, would you kill everybody if they put a hex on you? Yes. Like, it's like, okay, this is incredibly incriminating. And I guess like Hess showed like no. It says here that in the Philadelphia Inquirer that Hess showed no, he was unmoved by the recitation of the part he took in the cold-blooded crime. If there was anything to disturb him, it was a questioning bud in the back of his head that Blymeyer, quote, gypped him in dividing the money they stole from Rehmeyer's dead body and in the house. Yeah, like, okay, like, bro, like, why are you so, like, you're a teenager. Why are you so, like, black-pilled about this and just like, yeah, I killed him, you know? Like, do you not... I mean, it sounds like, you know, the ringleader, John, was, Blymeyer, was pretty convinced. But, like, you'd think the other two guys maybe would kind of realize that, oh, we kind of fucked up or something like that. But they are all, like, so convinced that this guy was a sicko. Like, I kind of wonder if it has something to do with the fact that he was both a powwow guy and, like, a hardcore socialist. If, like... And then he was, you know, specifically blamed for, I guess, killing off some of the Hess family's chickens on their farm. Or there were sudden disappearances.
Like, what kind of like things was he involved in, like in the community? Like, because I didn't realize that he was a socialist.
Yeah, let me see. There's only 2 references in this book to him being socialist, and that's like early on. You know, the detectives found a bunch of socialist books and stuff at his house, and then at his funeral. Oh wait, I'm sorry. It was the room in which he had been murdered had been hung with socialist posters. And then, but then that was not at the funeral. Sorry. Because it says that the people of that community and church knew little about socialism and thought even less of it. Well, and that's maybe an interesting sign there that like maybe some people didn't like him because he was apparently like a, you know, vocal about it. It's continuously spouting socialist ideas is what they say. But there's not much more detail on it than that. I mean, I guess this is the era of, what's his name? The big Eugene V. Debs, I guess. You know, this is like that kind of era of, you know, they were running elections and stuff like that. And, yeah, it's got kind of weird, like this is still the 1920s, like the sort of Calvin Coolidge, Herbert Hoover era of capitalism run wild, where, you know, you had... You know, it's got very it's got potential like shadow ticket vibes of like private strike breakers, like head cracking, like Bolshevik, like union people and that kind of shit. And maybe people, yeah, like nursing a grudge against. And then the fact that he has these powers on top of that is like too much. It's too spooky. You know what I mean? Like he's doing class warfare with his magic to like ruin their amazing small business farm. You know, blah blah blah. You know,
I mean, it seems like the 14-year-old Curry also like he like had his like life saved, or he believed that he owed like a life debt to John Blymeyer, who had cured him with powwow because they worked like at the same like cigar factory, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He cigar factory.
Mhm.
And I'm not sure like what the health problem was, but he apparently cured him. So I guess like if that like kind of power is demonstrated to you, and this guy who has apparently performed this magic then tells you that like you got to do something about this evil witch, then like you might be persuaded there. I mean,
Toxic shaman syndrome.
yeah. This guy Amon Monroe Laurent, he like has like a pretty interesting, like his whole take on this thing is basically like that I think he kind of has a point. It's basically that the media that likes to sensationalize this is like defaming like the ways of like Pennsylvania and making like the people of Pennsylvania, like especially the Pennsylvania Dutch, like look like rubes and like simpletons and like imbeciles who are like barbarians,
Right.
when really this is all like completely like distorted and blown out of proportion and not really how it's been made out to be. This is how he writes. There are murder trials and murder trials, but few like this one. Had not the imaginary, mysterious, elusive enigma of witchcraft, powwowism, voodooism, hex, and the like been injected into the case? But it was. Immediately big news. The metropolitan papers, wallowing deep in mire of their own, thought this would prove to be a witch trial of no mean importance. Reporters from all papers and press associations, features played up in all papers on the day of the trial, and then overdone. An apparently insane man implicated in the killing of one no better than himself. John Blymeyer, as a space grafter, has been the best bet, non-politically, since Lindbergh crossed the Atlantic. The people of York and York County were as little concerned and ruffled about this trial as one could well imagine. Very few people from York attended the various sessions during the trial, most of those present being persons awaiting their call for jury duty in another court, witnesses and reporters. Quote-unquote tip to reporters who in the future are disappointed in not getting quote-unquote reserved seats at trials that have all the quote-unquote earmarks of being sensational. Quote-unquote make friends. Don't come into Pennsylvania courts of justice with a quote-unquote chip on your shoulder and a determination to quote-unquote raise hell in your quote-unquote sheet about the judge or the trial itself. The case was but an unfortunate one, which might have happened in any rural section anywhere in the United States or the entire world. It could easily have occurred in New York City or Washington, but York happens to have been the victim of circumstances, as well as was John Blymeyer, and the only echo York County will recall will be John's board bill. The populace of York County are not dumb and ignorant, as some papers would have their readers believe, just because of the fact that many of their people are Pennsylvania Germans. On the contrary, York, the city, is one large manufacturing center, products being made there reaching every point of the globe worthy of mention. This history of the trial of John Blymeyer tends to portray a layman's view of the complex situation surrounding a deplorable circumstance. This article is not prepared with a view to filling a demand from a newspaper for quote-unquote so much space, but is prepared by the author as a matter of historical interest for the future. None of the authors in the drama were known to him. The newspapers bearing an account of the trial daily, which vie with each other as to which one would carry the most sensational stories, will soon have been forgotten or destroyed, while this article of the trial, preserved in an attractive manner, may last for years and may serve at least as a word lesson to others. Oh, well, there you go. It's now being read here on a podcast in the year 2025.
Right,
There are no mercenary or other motives underlying this account of the life of John Blymeyer, and the ultimate outcome of the practice of such as believe as he believed, and practice as he quote unquote dreamed.
Interesting.
Yeah.
They certainly weaponized the shit out of this, like in the 20s, and painted everybody in York County as a bunch of like crazy, dangerous yokels, who, funny enough, I mean, they almost spin it into like this weird, I don't know, like Pizzagate, like Save the Children, Pizzagate kind of territory of like the children are being murdered by powwow practicing, and like it's a public health thing that like we need to step in and stop. I guess one of the big crusaders was Dr. P.A. Knoll, who was the secretary of the York County Medical Society, who did a lot of like press, during and after this trial. I guess, it says here, the hubbub continued. On December 4th, 1928, the Philadelphia Record reported that D.A. Harriman announced his intention to summon two of the more widely known powwow practitioners before him. Quote, at the same time, a mass meeting is being organized in York, at which various civic organizations will be asked to cooperate in a campaign of education to wipe out the practices. Even Mrs. Hess was reported to have said that she was able to do a little strictly specialized powwowing herself. Quote, Wilbert had his limbs twisted all up and crippled, and a powwow doctor cured him, Mrs. Hess declared. I don't do very much powwowing myself. I can only powwow for stomach fever. A trip into the rural sections where literally hundreds of barns and sheds are marked with chalk crosses to keep the hexes out of cattle and crops plainly shows how widespread is the superstition. Most people in York will tell you they do not believe in any of that stuff, but often in the very act of saying so, they will admit that at one time or another, they or members of their family have been powwowed for some ailment. Pressed further, they will tell you, it doesn't hurt to try everything that might help you when you're sick. This, according to medical society officials, is exactly what makes the situation so difficult. No, yeah, it's like, I don't know. Yeah, like people are really freaking out about this.
Well, yeah, like this is also a good example. Like this is an article that was written about this in the I think the Ledger. What is it? The Washington Star. The curious anachronism of witchcraft in 1929, reaching an apex of blood-chilling nyctophobia in the middle of a busy city next door to a bootlegger, arouses wonder. The city of York has received much unenviable publicity because of this strange situation, which resulted eventually in a brutal murder. The real facts, however, need not be considered as particularly disgraceful to York. True enough, the witchcraft superstition exists in that historic American community in a more aggravated form than the majority of its citizens are willing to admit. But this is not because the people of York are less cultured or more superstitious than those to be found in most other communities. The vital point, seemingly overlooked during the recent trials, is not the fact that witchcraft practices exist, but the reason why they exist. The actual visible evidences are only superficial symptoms of a deep-seated trouble brought to the surface by a peculiar combination of circumstances. The fact is that there is incipient witchcraft everywhere. It is found in the hundreds of superstitions which prevail in all levels of society. In themselves, they are innocent enough. Friday the 13th, knocking on wood, breaking mirrors, letting a baby see itself in a mirror. I've never heard that one. Like, you shouldn't do that.
Yeah, that's a new one.
The 3 fluttering white butterflies, prophetic of death. The danger of lighting 3 cigarettes off one match. The recklessness of entering a house by one door and leaving by another. All of these are familiar manifestations. I like how they start off with like familiar ones, and then they're like, never tie 2 shoes in the same Sunday. Like what? But anyway, they do little harm in most communities. Few persons consider them very seriously. Only among the ignorant and child-minded, as a general rule, are they accepted without reservations. Yet they are the essence of witchcraft. Only one step is necessary to transfer them into the grotesque superstition which produced such serious results in York. This step is the appearance of the charlatan. I mean,
Wow,
it is interesting how like you see kind of like the evolution of this, like it in a way, like this is kind of like it is like a witch trial, like but it's like in a very different like kind, like on one hand, like you imagine like the witch trial as being like the epitome of superstition, right? Like these crazy Puritans, like who are like, but in a way, like Cotton Mather, like he never was president of Harvard, but like he in his mind should have been, and like what everyone thought he would have been, his father was, right? And I'm not mistaken, but I think Increase Mather was, certainly he was, a very erudite and educated person.
Increase Mather, I always forget about that. It's so funny.
But I mean, Cotton is like also a ridiculous name. But
Increase.
Yeah, but like and like so it's not like the I mean, we've talked about this whole issue before in terms of like the genesis of the Salem issue, but like it's still like the magistrates like definitely bear the blame, and like in that even if like it emanated from like the common folk of Salem Village,
right.
But
it was a bottom up trial.
It was a bottom up trial, but still like there's this kind of, it's interesting how like kind of the like the sort of elite or like cultured sort of descendants of like the In this case, they're the kind of champions. They're kind of calling for this trial of witchcraft.
Right.
And this desire to like stamp out and to, like destroy witchcraft.
Yes.
But it's not like, in the sense of like,
they want to stamp out people
it's amazing how similar it is. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
but
no,
like,
it
that's
is.
kind of that's kind of like not so different from like what a lot of like witch hunters believe too. Like they did they didn't believe in like the literal reality. Some of them, it runs the gamut like what their beliefs were, but like or how they understood witchcraft. But in a lot of cases, like the idea that like for instance witches actually flew to go meet with the devil and have this Sabbath. Like some did think that did happen, but others would think that was all in their minds. They were imagining that they were deluded, right? Whether that delusion was created by the devil or, whatever. Still, this is ultimately whatever the source of such delusions is, it's still ultimately like a delusion the same way, right? So it's interesting that like we have this kind of like the language is amazingly similar. It's about like stamping out these like beliefs that, are a thing that is witchcraft. But it's like, not, it's interesting, like the framing. And I think that actually in some ways, that framing, like, the continuity there from what the earlier witch trials, at least in the way that it's kind of like, remembered and kind of haunts, to use the spooky term, haunts, this trial. It's interesting to consider the continuity between the like this quote unquote like crazy superstition of like the early witch trials and like the intense rationalism of these. Like I think that in some ways like that that was the rationalism of its day.
Yes.
And like it just has kind of evolved and taken on like a slightly different discourse and slightly different form.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I said in the chat a minute ago that that all these articles have big Wilsonian vibes, and like this does feel like very much the position of a kind of like liberal, idealist, rationalist, like Wilsonian, that which is basically the like a large segment of the elites in the 1920s like had this kind of mentality, and there is a real sense of like epistemic threat that they feel from the same way, I guess, that like in the first trials, like the Salem witch trials, they felt threatened by, in a very different way, they felt threatened by witchcraft. But in this, it's like this crusade of like debunking it and like forcibly eradicating these beliefs. Somebody in the Griffin in the chat said, how many people writing these articles were also passive or active social hygienists in the 1920s, right? Like it has a little bit of that vibe. Like these lesser people believe in these harmful superstitions, and we need to like intervene to wipe out these beliefs. Like it's not good enough that our rationalist system kind of dominates society, but like because it inevitably leads to like chaos, murder, insanity, like social breakdown, blah blah blah. Like it says, Dr. Knoll, the great crusader, said elsewhere in the Philadelphia Record, the medical profession is cognizant of the fact that hundreds of persons are victimized by these powwow practitioners. Persons come to see these practitioners all the way from Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. These persons and York County residents as well are victimized to the detriment of their health and at a price famous physicians would scarcely charge. Yet there is little that can be done. The belief in the witch doctors always seems to frighten the persons out of telling anything in court. And he says, deliberately and out of a lifelong knowledge of the people of this county, I say that I do not believe a jury can be obtained that would not contain 6, yes, probably 9 or 10 persons who would be afraid of the hex curse if they were to convict one of these witch doctors. It's literally like some Molly Maguire shit of like, if any of you witch doctors wants to stand up and take a shot at me, like now's your chance.
And
like,
I mean, it's like the same place.
Oh no, it is. It's very. I mean, Reading,
like, right near Pottsville and Schuylkill County, like
right
it's
adjacent
all, like,
to it.
Like it's
and
the same.
In one case, it's the Irish Catholics. In this case, it's like the Pennsylvania Dutch that need to be kind of like smoothed out a little bit. They're not, in a way, they're not like white enough, kind of, like this like goes against the grain of like modern American, like good white, like Protestant, beliefs and like love of science and
this is another great article like that really like lays that there is a quality of pathos, as this is from the Philadelphia Public Ledger. There is a quality of pathos as well as tragedy in the tale of the witch murder of York. The chief characters in the story, the dead, quote-unquote, witch, the simple-minded souls who took his life, the families of those involved, and the backgrounds of life disclosed, all have a strange look in this modern world. They seem somehow alien and afar off from everything in the life that moves around them. Yet men who believe in hexerai and all the powers of darkness drive motor cars through back roads to the house of the quote-unquote witch. They turn from watching an airplane moving through the clouds to cast quote-unquote spells from the long-lost friend, that musty witch book filled with tripled Latin crosses, holy words, and black type quote-unquote charms. There is culture and high intelligence all around them in this very old town of York that was old when the Revolution was fought. It is the contrast between all this virile, modern, sound, vigorous, and intelligent life and the dark mutterings of the powwow men and the hill hawks that surround the case of three backward-minded countrymen with more than a passing interest. The York case is full of queer echoes out of a very old past. How old, no one knows. White men brought hexerai to the hills where it blended with the Indian powwow. The dark shapes that move in the minds of these hill men and hill women. The ignorant sorcery, the sordid black magic, and the grotesque faith healing go back for hundreds of years to medieval darkness.
Oh my
These
God.
bedeviled and intangible things linger in the lonely spaces and in the mean streets. They come from even farther back than the Dark Ages. Some of them are undoubtedly quote-unquote racial memories, tracing back to skin-clad men sitting around red fires glowing at the dark mouths of hillside caves.
Fuck.
I mean, it's
These
almost
Germans,
like,
but I mean, it goes the caucasity of these people. I feel like, like what the fuck are they on about? Like you could see, like the fact that it's called powwow to them is like so objectionable and sus. Like they hate it.
It goes on. It may be strange that the twilight of superstition should linger so long, but linger it does in 1,000 places in America. When a screech owl whimpers in the trees outside, the mountaineer of the Great Smokies thrusts a shovel in the red hearth coals to drive the witch bird away. Some of the gunmen of the Bloody Heron wore lucky charms around their hairy necks. The Ozark, quote-unquote, hillbilly believes that, I guess it's a new term at the
That is a thing too, yeah.
Yeah, believes that a silver bullet fired into a rude charcoal drawing of the witch is the only way to break the spell of witchcraft. The long-lost friend, the Witch Book of York, promises its owner that no evil shall befall him while it is in his possession. The warrior of Luzon clings to his anting-anting, as some of the Indian fighters of the old frontier clung to their own strange luck charms to save them from bullet and tomahawk. The charms are sold to this day in great American cities, and the outworn superstition is not hidden in the back townships. The Pennsylvania hills are not the last and only strongholds of muddle-minded belief in quote-unquote signs and quote-unquote spells and bewitchments. For as Kipling sang a good many years ago, "Oh, the road to Endor is the oldest road, and the craziest road of all. Straight it runs to the witch's abode, as it did in the days of Saul." I hate Rudyard Kipling. It just makes me so... He has this sing-song, obnoxious voice. Anyway, human credulity is an amazing thing. I mean, talk about the white man's burden. There you go, literally quoting Rudyard Kipling. But... human credulity is an amazing thing. 3 country boys murdering a man in a lonely farmhouse to get a lock of his hair to break a quote-unquote spell is hardly more startling than that other tale of a spirit message from the dead Houdini. Belief in the supernatural dies hard, if it dies at all. Contact with the world and such enlightenment as comes from education will spell the doom of the powwow man. The sorry figures and pathetic shapes of the trial at York are helping in their own sorry way to drive time-worn superstition back into its own dark past. They are unwilling instruments in breaking witchcraft's own devilish quote-unquote spell that grips the backward and simple mind. The state owes these people something that is not being paid in the witch trial. It owes them the kind of education that will make the powwow no more than a memory to the next generation.
Oh my God! Wow, thank you.
Oh, sorry, what were you gonna say?
No, I just want to say that all of this does remind me of our glorious vice president this week going on a rant about how people need to stop bagging on Christopher Columbus because when the first pilgrims came here. They were practicing human sacrifice, folks. And we generously, converted and killed all
them
of
all.
them.
Like,
killed all of them and stole their land with our superior rational
they were
Christianity.
killing each other, so we killed them all.
Yes,
right?
yes. But himself being what a traitor, himself a child of the the Appalachian Hills, and that old Scots-Irish hillbilly lineage, who is now converted to ironically to Catholicism, but the weird kind of proddy high bourgeois Catholicism that Peter Thiel's friends love. Yeah, which is in a way weirdly Protestant and sus the way they approach it. So and it's still these currents are still kind of with
kind
us.
Of intellectual thing. I think part of it is being a convert, to be honest. It's we have our own trans religious culture.
Right.
Our own the white convert it has a culture that spans, or sort of a tendency that spans different religions. You could Abdul Hakim Murad or Hamza Yusuf and Vermeule are kind of and myself, or two sides, as not to put myself alongside Vermeule, but to put myself maybe I think I'm a bit less something than Hamza Yusuf, but we're kind of two sides of the same coin in a way.
Right. But these progressive rationalizers, or even reactionary rationalizers, they come in multiple flavors, but they're always trying. They do see these kind of beliefs as useful scapegoats, and to sort of intervene and control society on a more granular level, and they want to stomp out these beliefs, which are totally, it's just incredibly paternalistic. And,
this guy Monroe has a good take on it. I want to read, because you guys kind of mentioned Halloween a little bit. I want to read some of his stuff from the quote unquote realness of witchcraft, which is a great title for a book. The realness of witchcraft in America, not the reality, the realness. But in this book on powwow in general, he says, what kind of state does, responding to some of these journalists, what kind of state does he think can make even the American people learn so much that will make the powwow and other superstitions, too numerous to mention, no more than a memory to the next generation? We have had thousands and thousands of years to overcome superstition, yet it loiters. It is a part of man's natural heritage. It cannot be avoided. The only state that can remove doubts and superstitions is the state of death. I think you kind of has
he does have a point.
No, I think he's totally right in a way where it's this. There is this kind of zeal that you got to see this to this day, where in an age, or current age, where almost all religion by some increasingly is treated as superstition. And you can kind of see this even with people of the sort of Marxian left, where this is idea, and you kind of see this with the idea of the withering away, or the secularization hypothesis that
that was Lenin's idea, is that it shouldn't go and punish people for being religious, but inevitably people are gonna kind of wise up, and these beliefs are gonna kind of fade away, and that did not end up happening. I'd say that the example of the Soviet interest in parapsychology, post World War II, and even during Stalin's time, right? He had Wolf Messing, and some that's actually mentioned in Shadow Ticket as well. That Stalin has some secret compound with theosophist mystics in it, and is trying to figure out materially what is this about, and shit. They inevitably even had to sort of allow incorporate it into their sense of materialism to study these things, and not just be no, that's stupid, which I think is correct.
There definitely wasn't a widespread idea, not just as expressed by Lenin, but in sociologists, just widely, that as we progress. Then religion will just disappear, will be replaced by science and logic.
A lot of liberals,
which now I
this,
think we
crucially.
can say that's not gonna happen. That's just not true. But there are some who, it's true. People are focused on trying to get rid of religion, but it is true. It's something that in a way, some have pointed this as kind of a proof of the reality of God, or something like that. That for whatever reason we long for something like that, something within us calls out for a relationship with the unseen, or these kind of quote unquote magical beliefs, or these
right.
if they maybe we can maybe we can reclaim the idea of superstition and think of it as like, something that is not like standing up from like the past, or like survive a late
relic.
survival from like exactly, a relic. We can think of it as something that is like kind of like standing up like from within like our own nature, like that we have these super, like how many people like people like knock on wood or whatever, like even if you aren't like thinking and people do this even if like you say like why do you do that, like why, like
a lot of people
like,
don't think that much
or
consciously
afraid of
about
jinxing it, something like that. Yeah,
Jinxing.
exactly.
Even like throwing around words like hex, like like casual.
Yeah,
Oh, they
jinx
put a
is-
hex on me. It sort of like vaguely becomes secularized, but it's still there in our vocabulary. And I mean, I don't think it's going to like fully disappear. It would require the amount of knowledge it would require for like humanity to obtain to make it fully disappear. I don't know if we'll ever fully get there. We might learn a lot more about the nature of reality. We certainly did in the 20th century, right? And the 19th century, etc. But, it's not everything.
I mean, it also gets into the question of like, what is designated as religion and like what isn't, but I certainly think that like, like it's never gonna go away. It's like it's just like, or like the whatever you say, like the belief in God, the belief in something that like cannot be empirically proven by like the like scientific method as we understand it now in the contemporary United States of like the 21st century. Like if that's how you define like religion or superstition or whatever, like or like if you define it as like a belief in the unseen or something, or a belief in beings or intelligences or agencies that are like imperceptible by like the empirical senses, then that's always going to be a thing. And like, it's just never gonna go like, and in fact, like I think that like science in many ways like verifies the reality of this, or like the fundamental quality of this, as part of life, right? Like,
I just had a thought pop in my head, from us talking in the past about like quantum physics and like the theory about the sort of like I'm forgetting the terms right now, but the idea that like one's observation of
the observer
things,
effect,
the observer effect, like something doesn't exist until it's observed. But then where does that leave the quote unquote unseen and concepts like God or like spirits or things which are like by definition not observed, but like vaguely sensed or like thought about or like intuited? Like, is it kind of like categorically be like, oh well, it doesn't exist because like it hasn't been observed? Like,
well,
I have so many problems with
about
that way of thinking about like the reality generation being like
well,
by
we talk
observers.
about like in talking about the interpretation of quantum mechanics and stuff like that, like part of that is like like they did kind of believe in like this like absolute randomness, right? Again, like I haven't like read this stuff in a little bit, so I'm kind of like going from memory, but like a part of it was that they like rejected like a deterministic view of like the universe, right? Like they had an ideological reason to interpret quantum mechanics the way that they did, partly because the idea of determinism was one they didn't want to like deal with, that they couldn't tolerate, right? Like and that was part of why I believe Einstein said like God does not play dice with the universe, right? Because like they basically kind of were insisting that he did.
He did.
But Einstein like wasn't satisfied by that, and like this, it's and then
It's
they
funny,
kind of tried to smear him and say that he was senile, and that's why he rejected their bullshit. But
it's funny you
anyway,
could see both it being kind of weaponized like simultaneously against like a more like materialist conception of reality, like maybe more like classical modernist conception of like materialism. That maybe like the Soviets would have like gotten behind, but also like any kind of religious or spiritual kind of like interpretation of the world would all like both these things are basically invalidated by like this interpretation of like quantum physics, that it's like all generated by people observing things or whatever. Like I don't know, I hate it. It's like annoying. It doesn't help anybody do anything except like sit back and go, okay, I guess it's all random, like nothing matters. which almost feels like encouraged by design to be.
I think definitely, yeah, because like I think there's certainly an ideological reason for like it is like they admit like it's an interpretation of quantum mechanics, right? And like anyway, I wanted to read this, which is Clarence Darrow, actually.
The big
eminent,
debunker himself.
Yeah. Well, he actually had like kind of a decent take on this. He wrote in the Harrisburg Patriot on February 21st, 1929, "Belief in witchcraft cannot, in itself, be thought a crime. If it is, there would be but few of us really innocent. Not so many years ago, our best people and devout Christians not only believed in witches, but guaranteed their celestial happiness by murdering them. We placidly admit that there are sections of our country where people are isolated by their own customs and thought, or by geography, and live quaintly a century and a half behind our little more enlightened communities. But we forget that a mere century and a half takes us almost back to Cotton Mather and the stake." I mean, again, wrong about Salem. No one was burned at the stake at Salem.
Yeah, right.
People were hung, which was wrong. We condemn, we disavow, but there was no burning at the stake. Then witches were hanged for the glory of God and for the peace of mind of those who thought they had been or might be bewitched. There are today groups of people who have advanced but little in mentality beyond the ignorant frenzy that glorified in hangings. Even today, a little interpretation of the Bible would force us to believe in witchcraft and sorcery. And those simple folk, of which that Curry boy is a product, hold strictly to the word just as they find it. To them, the Witch of Endor is very real. The devil is real. Spells are real. In their world, furnished by traditions, myths, and old world lore, handed down unchanged from one generation to another, there are evil spirits as certain as a flying railroad train bearing down on a motorist stalled in the tracks. Is there any doubt that Curry and those others believed that Rehmeyer had an evil power which he could exercise at will? Is there any doubt that they thought a lock of his hair would break the spell? Nothing new in that belief, nothing unusual. Reach into your own pocket for your own personal protector against bad luck. Our belief in capital punishment as a deterrent is just another form of witchcraft. Apart from the mass desire for revenge, there is a subconscious desire to rid ourselves of what we believe to be an evil person.
Wow.
We look in vain for any proof that executions have had any effect on crime. When English punished by death everything from bread and sheep stealing to wholesale killing, crime was far more general than it is today. Education, the training of youth in trades and professions has diminished crime, never the death penalty. Isn't there every reason to believe that the crime of murder is a symptom? In the York case, it was clearly a symptom of a prevailing ignorance, a condition which should never be allowed to exist in the state of Pennsylvania. So, again, like not like totally on board with what he's saying, but he's got like some kind of interesting,
some good points.
Points there. Yeah. And this is what Monroe says, which I think, we actually kind of said something very similar. I guess there's some similarities between this whole incident and the Cock Lane thing. It's just like a more scandalous and a more, sensational version of the same kind of problem in a different context. He says, "No witches, no angels. The reader must reach this conclusion in his own reasoning. We are not intent on persuading you to believe something you do not want to believe. Persuasions are not made that way. If we do not have witches, as some would tell us, then we cannot have angels, according to those others who feel they do some thinking too. Denying the one, and not excluding the other, makes a man everyday reasoning look silly, does it not? When we compare notes with men of the cloth, as to the possibility of there being witches in the world, and here at home, they usually greet the comment with a rather blank expression, but no rebuttal. Yet it just must be true that we do have witches and quote-unquote witchcraft in Pennsylvania, in and out of religious circles. For we have great faith and belief in the presence and power of angels, not only those that hovered over the hills of Judea, but also the red and blue hills of our beloved Pennsylvania. To accept belief in one element and not in the other would tend to destroy the joys of many holidays fostered by the Christian church." One of the most
that old argument, yeah.
Yeah.
You can't just throw out the miracle, throw out one part of it,
Yeah. And he talks about how the state is planning to banish this belief in witches. According to this Harrisburg paper, he reproduces the article. Harrisburg, during the Earl administration, state educators declared here yesterday that hexerai, terror of numerous rural farm communities for many years, is being banished from Pennsylvania by the public schools. School authorities explained that instruction in the sciences, even in the lower grades, has proved the most effective weapon against the superstition. They said that hex symbols calculated to cause illness in a farmhouse or disease of cattle still may be seen on farms and houses, but that the younger rural folk spurn beliefs that frightened their kin only a few years back. Court records show the hex responsible for many crimes, including murder and arson, during the past 50 years. Many items of news get into the papers, all types of stories. This is Monroe chiming back in. But it is noteworthy to record that someone had in mind becoming a new savior of the human race. How in the world are the school authorities going to do all this? Do they think that children will remember only what they learn in school and forget all they learn at home, in the Sunday school, church, in the theaters, and on the streets?
Good point.
Will the schools teach a new truth that all is good, nothing is evil, and won't the kids forget? With teachers who are recruited from every type of religion, some anti-religious and some too religious, what impress will that make on the student as against quote-unquote science? Will the public school system evolve a new plan of study that will prove the stories in the Bible to be something different than children have been led to believe, for years? And what will the new studies have to say on the subject of, let us say, holy water, as used by the Catholics in their devotions, or even plain water, as used by the Protestants in their baptism ceremonies? If the schools must support this phase of religion and its symbolism, will they declare that water for baptism or holy water are efficacious when used in a religious sense and not be of effect when used by witch doctors, either at home or abroad? Science already agrees there is no value to either of these waters or services, but if it is forced on the throats of youngsters in school, it will upset the plans of the church fathers of all creeds. The latter claim that holy water, accompanied by prayers, has a special virtue that beats anything science has yet produced. Can school learning overcome this belief? The science which the school authorities are teaching is a poor science. It says hex slayings and practices are so much more vicious and devastating in Pennsylvania than sex slayings and their many practices. So much more degrading and superstitious than the 1,001 promises delivered from 100,000 platforms in America and throughout the world, which never come true. And worse than the countless self-abuses of which they say little or nothing, and certainly not in the public press.
Wow.
The state and school authorities flounder in their own mire when they fail to recognize that many of our superstitions are condoned and taught within church and school, and which, per se, makes them perfect or white magic.
Yeah.
But when white art. But when practiced outside the church or school, makes them black art. And this is, a seasonally relevant example.
Yeah, it is. Wait, hold on.
No, sorry.
I have to take a quick restroom break for 1 minute, and then we can continue.
Okay, all right. I guess while I'm here, I'll converse with the chat a little bit. It is incredibly fitting that Native Americans would somehow catch a stray in this debate between opposing camps of white people. Yes. I guess they did kind of appropriate it, but also, like, they kind of claimed it after it was, like, pejoratively applied to them in kind of a flash of racism from the other camp of white people. But, you see that all the time. The example that comes to my mind is like the American Taliban, like how like it's okay, whenever some group in the United States is like doing something bad, the other one compares them to Muslims in some way. It's like, no, this is literally nothing to do with Islam or Muslims at all. Like there's not even like the slightest influence from any Muslim on like what, whoever like the MAGA people are doing. Like there's no need to bring us into this, but it constantly happens. And there's like tons of stuff. Dimitri was just talking about like this whole like idea of like, oh yeah, like we uplifted these, like even today, like JD Vance saying like they were practicing human sacrifice. It's like, well, is that really so different from what you did when you showed up? Like really, like the authorities of JD Vance's own church, some of them of course condoned it, but many of them were appalled by the treatments of Native Americans in during the colonization by Spain, and even at that time. So it's insane that all these centuries later we have this guy making it's such like really like another element of JD Vance's like religiosity is just like that he's like poisoned by like right wing like based like posting. I mean, like he's really a product of that period of time with like the young Pope memes and like
oh yeah.
I'm sorry, I was just talking about JD
Okay.
Vance.
Oh,
I
yeah.
was just going off the
JD
chat, but yeah,
Vance. His elder millennial.
I'm just talking about this guy. Yeah, exactly. How he's like really just infected with like this kind of based sensibility from that like era of Twitter, where like he kind of had this ascendant. It was that time when like they kind of you even had like an outspoken faction of left caths.
Oh yeah.
Like
the Brunigs, I guess.
Elizabeth Brunig is kind of a representative of that tendency in some ways. Now she's off Twitter and everything, but of course, like you at the time when people who were like kind of have left wing sympathies and like Adrian Vermeule were like conversing and stuff like that, and that's part of the reason why. Kevin, who like a big left cast poster, was the one who like leaked those DMs from JD Vance to the media. Remember that? Like that happened like before the election. That was like a big left cast poster.
Okay.
Yeah, because like they there was actually this kind of communication among like those two sides because it was that time. But like I think that it was sort of the realization that this is just going to become like glorified like evangelical republicanism and not like this interesting new thing. I don't know, like, for whatever reason that I guess it was sort of the communication between the two political camps that caused both to kind of like wane in some ways. The right wing ones are still kind of around, obviously. Anyway, I digress.
Yeah,
so
they're around.
Back to what
they allied with Peter Thiel basically. So they went in the Opus Dei direction, not the liberation theology direction, which
right, yeah,
not shocking for American Catholicism to go that way. It's never been a hotbed of liberation theology.
Yeah,
let's say.
You still see some posts from like a woke space Jesuit but he was
wow,
he had his
I haven't
heyday,
thought about woke space Jesuit in a long time.
Well, anyway, so back to what Monroe was saying when he's talking about how there are these many condoned by schools, right? He says, let us talk about Halloween, with the apostrophe even, the season when witches, vampire bats, black cats, and fantastics with their false faces and hideous makeup are abroad in all America. Where, if you please, do we see greater evidences of a survival of the idea of witches than in the grade schools of America? We received a number of very interesting comments from well-known Americans on the subject of science versus witches in the schools. Some are from physicians, professors, educators, writers, and just plain everyday citizens. And then he has very like Gustavus Meyer style like titles for his sections. This section is titled, "And so they celebrate pagan days in our public schools." And he says, October 31st, a fertile day for witches. On Halloween, teachers and parents encourage and children indulge their whole hearts and minds in celebrating this event. Doubtless very few teachers, certainly not very many parents, and hardly any youngsters know anything about the feast they thus celebrate. If it was originally a pagan rite, are we but little different? Or can we throw it off next year and forget it forever? All of them go to no end of trouble to cut out black cats, witches, and by their fantastic dress, mock a day the educators have told us they will banish from the schools. Well, why don't they? Some tell us that the way it is celebrated today is just a mockery of the past. What is the point in it? Many of the silly things of today are mockeries of the past. In the midst of all this tomfoolery, there are some children who get notions about witches and superstitions that they will never forget to their dying day. If they were never to hear of these things, they, when they arrive at manhood and womanhood, especially parenthood, would never need, nor could they transmit these foolish ideas to their offspring. We have all too many games and friendly arguments, started all in fun, ending in disaster. We have seen little tots scared, almost stiff at fantastic false faces. What good can come of these festivals? Thoughts of witches and the like, whether referred to in the Bible or in ordinary conversation, are not always taken too lightly, even on festive occasions. Whistling in the dark, for instance, is one form of driving away fear. Denial of witches by some may be an outward and spoken manifestation of non-belief, but our people do not always tell or act the truth, and the reader knows this only too well.
So he's saying that people like to pretend that they're above it all and they're just engaging in a little spooky fun, but
he says one may observe this on Easter and Christmas when we deliberately make up characters. and dash legendary for those occasions, so that we may all know that much which is told to children is not true, and it is safe to say that many things the children tell their folks are short of the truth. If little white lies are justifiable on those occasions, are they not suitable for other occasions? And what about the black ones?
This is kind of like this is getting into like, is it okay to tell your kid Santa Claus isn't real discourse, like a little bit, or like is telling your child Santa Claus is real like a horrible psyop, like an abusive psyop
right. Well, he's
on
making
children.
like I think a rhetorical point, kind of, and saying that like okay, so we're saying that like these beliefs that they have in powwow are so bad and like so superstitious. It's like, okay, well then like, why don't you stop celebrating Halloween? What's the good in this? What's the value in like teaching your kids about Santa? Like, it's the same. Like, why don't you just like live in like the rationalist universe where like we do not need to have joyous occasions. We simply thank Carl Sagan every day that we live on a pale blue dot, or like, like what, like,
we freaking love science, and
exactly.
that's pretty
like,
much it. Yeah, I guess he is calling it. I guess he wants a world like that where these guys aren't going far enough. These people are not going far enough.
Like it's kind of like he's doing like a rhetorical like thing. It's like he's doing like a modest proposal kind of like, it's like he's saying like, if you're so serious about stamping out these superstitions,
right. These people,
then why are you allowing you're saying that the public schools are going to elevate these children and make them stop believing in witchcraft.
Right, but then you're still doing
you have all this stuff
Halloween
like Halloween, and you're not going to get exactly. So it's kind of like,
he's saying,
I feel like he's kind of like
really
got
about
this
that life.
He's like offended.
I forgot he was being kind of based here. Like he's being somewhat based in saying like, stop picking on the Pennsylvania Dutch for not, living up to like your standards, which actually you violate all the time, of like perfect rationality, blah blah blah. Like you still have remnants of it everywhere across your culture, and arguably every culture does. So okay, he had a sense of the sustenance, I guess, of this paternalism of scapegoating.
He does like, after he kind of breaks the like character a little bit, and he says like explicitly like our interest in preparing this account is merely to clear the atmosphere. A discourse dealing with the subject of witchcraft in Pennsylvania has been wanting for years. We find ourselves in a pathetic sort of state, being associated with mature men and women who are actually afraid to delve into a subject as important as this is, because of a personal fear that something might happen to them. Conversation with many persons has borne out this conviction. An interesting phase of this business of witchcraft, so far as it pertains to Pennsylvania, is that it's just a lot of talk. In view of what has been said thus far, it might be good policy to illustrate what is meant when we say that witches and a belief in them will be hard to suppress. First, there is no law against the belief in witches or a practice of witchcraft, religious or civil. Second, if there was a law, it would at once acknowledge that which many seek to deny really exists: witches, whether in the flesh, in spirit, or merely in mind.
There are people who self-identify as witches and do these things.
There definitely are, yes.
You can argue about their effects, but they are a thing even to this day. They haven't gone away yet.
He says, do we have witches in Pennsylvania only among the Germanic people, not the English, Italian, Irish, Slav, Welsh, Hungarian, and the other races? How about the races in the 47 other states? Yes, how about them? So, you see, he's really outraged about Pennsylvania. And of more than 2 billion religious people in the world, including the non-religious, you say there are no witches today? 3 exclamation points. The Lord's Prayer says, deliver us from evil.
Wow.
Catholics and Protestants alike, in saying the Lord's Prayer, recognize something closely akin to everything in the catalog of the evil spirit world, no matter what name one may be pleased to call it. For do we not pray, deliver us from, all caps, evil?
Wow. Yeah. All right. Critical support for Clarence.
Neither priest nor preacher or scholar can explain this meaning away if the layman wants to believe it has personal power for him. Yeah. So.
Yeah. And the belief in evil, I feel like, that is a significant thing that to throw out the witchcraft thing, or just kind of like, I don't know. I mean, would we say that the people ganging up, these Wilsonian idealists ganging up York County are accusing witchcraft of being evil. They're certainly saying it's bad, but they're also like it's bad because it's fake and it's like it's snake oil. You know what I mean? Like and it tricks ignorant people into doing bad things. I guess you could say there's a concept of good and evil, but it's also kind of like I don't know. And I feel like it's kind of minimizing.
Well, I think that there is one. I think that what they see as evil is like, that like what they like superstition,
Right.
as they designate it, is like kind of like an evil force, right? And like it's not like so different from, I mean, like superstition, like it was a concept that like Christians had, right? Like it's funny, like this is something that like I said before, but like it's very interesting how you see like these like sort of out group like discourses or whatever you want to call them, like these polemics that are developed like within religious traditions, then later on get like turned against them themselves, like so Christians are like, we got to stomp out all these pagan superstitions, and then so many years later it's like, wait a minute, we got to stomp out Christianity because that's really kind of superstitious if you think about it. But of course no one ever realizes that like it's turtles all the way down in some ways. Like people have like super like for instance, I'll tell you something that we can't see, the stock market. That's something that like is probably more superstitious and more absurd than healing a wart with a potato. Like
yes, like
in my view.
almost infinitely more so. Like you could see representations of the stock market in terms of the graphs and the charts and the live ticker and things like that. But the thing itself is non-public and like it deals in this realm of like numbers that is almost like
I mean it's like it's bigoted obviously, and like it doesn't like hold up like in our time, and like I don't really like love it, but there is this kind of the insight in Marx calling commodity fetishism because fetishism was like at that time like what people would be calling like these sort of like like idol worshipping cults like in darkest Africa or whatever,
cargo cults,
like
things like that.
He was kind of
Polynesia.
like saying that like this the logic of commodities is also like a logic of like unreason and table turning, right? He compared it to like how the table walks. Talked about this before.
Right. It acquired. There's almost like a quasi animistic thing that's exactly that occurs.
That was kind of the point he was trying to make. Yeah. And again, like it's this sort of thing of like that we're just talking about, where it's like this is like those like non-white barbarians. So like in that sense, like it's problematic, but like the point that like the sort of looking down your nose at the superstitions of those barbarians, quote unquote, is foolish, because it's just you don't see like that you have like these patterns of thought like oneself, and kind of the ambition to get away from them. I think actually is kind of foolish. That's like kind of maybe where I would object to it. It's like, okay, well then we can just get rid of this. We should abjure like scorn this the same way that we scorn the practices of these non-white people or whatever. But I think that actually we should just recognize and I think that like in a way like it is kind of like the fear of talking about it, or the fear of like acknowledging the reality of it, or like the sort of it almost is like kind of a scrupulousness, or like a purity fixation, where it's like you don't want to admit like that you could be touched by like this magical thinking, but I feel like everybody is.
Right, inevitably. I mean, so I guess some people are fiercely, rationalistic about everything, but
I mean,
at the same
like
time,
I feel like there is no real example of someone who, like, I can't even think of like anybody who like, I mean, like, when you say something like fiercely rationalist view, I think the people that come to my mind, like Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris.
Well, yeah, like the sort of like post-rat people, the effective altruist people come to mind as well, of like people that are so obsessed with being rationalistic that they sound
like,
completely
they come off
insane.
like they're in a cult,
yeah,
like, or something.
yeah,
like they have like a whole
like,
like doctrine of like
they believe in a kind of mystery school religion that is completely insane to like all kinds of outsiders that look at it, and I would argue is like crazier.
Yeah, one man's rationalism is another person. Like again,
right.
Okay, like was it irrational? Like if it's again like rational, like reasons like always follow from like reason doesn't operate like without reasons or whatever. Like when you think about it in the context, like with the sort of the idea that like okay, if you are cursed like by someone and the only way to remove and like you can't eat or sleep and your farm is like blighted, that's like an attack, and you can stand your ground by like that actually does like that is a reasonable thing, if you think that, right?
If you think that.
Which like you can say like okay, it's not reasonable to think that, but like
it's like reasonable actions flowing from an unreasonable first premise kind of thing is what maybe critics would say.
But that's what critics would say, yeah. But like it's again like what I'm saying is that like everyone like at some point has to have like a premise, like can like we prove that like reality, like reality is real, or that like I'm like not just dreaming right now? Like can you prove that you are not like just having this like a whole experience of the world like in your mind, like you're a butterfly dreaming you're a man and some like other like something like that. Like I just like there's lots of like like premises that one could have, lots of different like everything, every like sort of process of reason, it does require like a metaphysic or like an ontology that everything proceeds from. So
which is why like those rationalists, like even though they think they're being very like meticulous and like logical about everything, like they still are like their first assumption is like Rocco's basilisk, which is like insane. Like it's more insane than I don't know, like most religions I could think of in terms of like I'm gonna. Well,
it's like, actually a parody of religion, or like that's kind of what it sounds like. I mean, I know they take it deadly seriously, some of them, but it's obviously like a parody of Pascal's wager, or like that's kind of how it originated.
It has this like eschatological vibe, going on with it. Like the world is going to culminate in some kind of like either singularity event, or AI is going to kill everybody, or it's going to enslave us all and elevate those of us who helped build it.
Yeah, I mean it's based on the wager, like it's like the idea of like okay, well, like it's kind of like, do you want to take the risk the evil AI that tortures everyone won't exist? It's the same way that like people like Pascal said, I have nothing to lose by believing in God, whereas like I have everything to lose by not believing, like so it's the same like kind of principle, and it's obviously I feel like it's obviously based on that concept or thought experiment, but or like
I guess it is, but it's so funny. It's like so specific. At least God's kind of this little bit of a general concept. It's a concept that a broader concept perhaps than like the AI super machine will enslave us, and like we have to address that. That's the core purpose of my life, is like to work towards this thing that or in fact to like help bring it about.
We have to like create. That's like a big difference, is that like it reverses like the creativity, where God
in a way they have to build God. Like
exactly, which is and that's like a broad thing in general across like all sorts of people in that milieu, which is like we're gonna create God, or quote unquote super intelligence, which obviously right now we're just kind of spinning our wheels in the world of creating like nonsensical clips of Friends where Phoebe grows two heads or whatever, and everyone speaks
nobody
gibberish.
Claps.
So still waiting on the super intelligence, but I'm sure it'll be here any day now.
Right, or our robot servants that are like drone piloted by people wearing VR headsets in India that record your whole life. That's cool.
So,
they basically look like golems. Like, it's okay. We are creating. They're sort of making manifest all these things that would have been consigned to the category of superstition, but now are strangely becoming material by these strange tech people. You know what I mean? Like, the idea of a golem is like, okay, in like 17th century Prague, that you could read it as a metaphor, you could read it as kind of this mystical allegory or something, but like nobody had the technology, or at least I've never seen evidence of a demonstrated magical ability to build a clay man and feed like a scroll of instructions into him and have him like go around like, oh, I am the golem, like, and then start going crazy and blah, blah, blah. But now we're like building fucking robots that can like carry guns and like kill people and could also like go rogue like the golem, and then you have to like hunt it down and destroy it because like it's on some AI script to kill everybody. Like that's like that could easily be a reality in the next 5 years, like easily. So in a weird way, we talk about not escaping the mists of religion and superstition, right? Like somehow we've ended up deciding to make these like phantoms or make versions of these like phantoms and goblins and jinn and demons, and somehow like at least build simulacra of them, which is
well, what it
is
like it's not that like a new phenomenon in many ways. Like honestly, like if you read the Quran, like then like the way that they talk about like idols in the Quran, like the way that the Quran talks about these things, or Allah does, like the you can see like the like it's the same thing where people like kind of building these idols that they then like are believing are like better or super intelligent. It's the exact same behavior, and the critique of that behavior like from like the first century Hijri or the 7th century Christian era, like it's the exact same, like it applies totally to like the present context. It's yeah, like I mean,
yeah, you can go back to the golden calf, like the original psytrance rave in the desert where false gods were worshipped, and Moses had to come and like break it up because everyone was just like one-shotted by this fucking golden calf and thought it was a god, and they needed to dance around it all day. And this is an old idea of kind of the pitfalls of animism, of like animist worship of the rocks and statues and totems and things like that, and investing them with power and believing that like they really were like at least like they were a vessel into which a spirit would inhabit.
In fact,
right?
At least this is in the Quran. I'm not actually sure about how it goes in the New Testament, but in the Quran, it's like actually an example of a mimetic desire. One of Peter Thiel's favorite concepts from Girard, where they say like they look at other idol worshippers and say like make us a god like they have. The Israelites are they see other people worshiping idols and they're like, how come we don't have a god? It's like, you do. But that's what Moses said when he came.
Jesus
when he saw what they were doing.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
in the Old
but
Testament.
they didn't real. Yeah. Well,
right.
Well, in the Quran as well. But
you mean in the Old? You mean Moses, not Jesus? Oh, I thought you were talking about Jesus. People telling Jesus that in the New Testament. But you mean Moses?
Wait, what do you mean?
I thought you said the New Testament a minute ago. So I thought.
Oh no, I was saying the Old Testament.
Oh,
okay,
yeah. Yeah. Make us a god, like blah blah blah. Yeah. It was sus. It was sus, and it's been going on for a long time, and like now we see like the kind of a new iteration of it, and you could extrapolate it to things like the stock market and like the sort of global economy in general of like these. It makes me think of like the Nosferatu contract, like for real estate, that is just like insane, like sigils, like right,
yeah.
Like it has that I don't know, yeah. The further we supposedly get away, but anyways, what were you saying?
I wanted to touch on this interesting article I found. I found this book called The Witch Studies Reader. And I was thinking, this is going to like, and I saw this had an article about, and it was published very recently. And I saw this had an article in it about Dutch magic, or like Pennsylvania Dutch magic. And I was like, I should check this out because, but I learned quickly that like it is like, not like a super like academic book. Actually, it seems to be like kind of like an intro witch publication, or like it's targeted toward a witch audience. So it was kind of interesting actually, because this article on Dutch magic, written by Eric Steinhardt, is actually kind of like proposing like a positive, like sort of a vision for the future of Pennsylvania Dutch magic. So he calls it Dutch, which I guess maybe is like kind of the contemporary term or that is like used for Pennsylvania Dutch, because obviously they're not actually Dutch. And
it's a corruption of Deutsch, I think.
Yeah, so they're now using a Deitsch, Deitsch. But so he says Dutch magical culture started to fade after World War II. During my childhood in the 1960s and early 1970s in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, it was still present. I was immersed in Dutch magic as a child. I had 2 calyx in my hair, indicating inborn magical talents. But this magical culture, I feel like I have calyx every day, but I guess maybe I don't have them naturally. No, I feel like, how can you not have a calyx naturally? No one wants to, but I mean, unless you have, what anyway.
Actually, like, what is a cowlick? Hold on, I'll look it up.
It's when your hair like sticks up and like does it, it's when your hair like basically like isn't, long enough, so it kind of like sticks up. Like my hair is kind of long right now, so it's like kind of flopping down on its own weight, but when I have a short haircut, like it's sometimes sticks up in the back.
Okay.
Kind of like a cow licked your hair and made it go up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Funny. Okay, yeah, I'm looking at pictures that don't exactly make it more clear, but no, I see on the big babies when they like baby hair, it like sticks up.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
Anyway, many Daesh people, including myself, are interested in reviving old family magical traditions and integrating them into contemporary life. Hence, my interest is both academic and personal. So, I will now turn to my own views on some possible futures for Daesh magical culture. According to the way of persistence, we might try to practice Daesh magic in the 21st century much as the old-timers did. Here, Daesh magic aligns with extremely conservative Protestantism. Unfortunately, such Christianity suffers from many ethical defects. It is patriarchal and homophobic. It has politically allied itself with white supremacism and Christian nationalism. Since I seek futures guided by progressive values, I reject this way. Moreover, it is arguable that Jacob Boehm's work points to new forms of post-Christian paganism. I don't know if he would agree with that, but anyway, whatever. You can see where anyway. But
what about our powwow man who was a ardent socialist? I feel like he's being erased a little bit.
He kind of makes like some. All right, well, I'll give him this to like I make with he has like some good points, but also there's like things like where it's like, all right, but I believe the pagan elements in Daesh culture led me away from Christianity. Since I am not a Christian, I am not interested in any Christian ways to continue Daesh magic. It's very funny, like if you it's like so intensely Christian that like the idea that like this won't have to do with Christianity, it's very odd. But anyway, they may also be interested in non-Christian ways. Of course, many other Daesh have also left Christianity. They may also be interested in non-Christian ways to continue Daesh culture. Another way to continue Daesh magic involves neo-heathenry. Thus, Urglawe, original faith, blends Daesh practices with a contemporary Germanic neo-pagan movement known as Asatru. Yet, Asatru has little in common with Daesh traditions, and much neo-heathenry is fascistic. True. Although the Urglawe rejects fascism, the affinities between neo-heathenry and fascism run deep. I am skeptical of neo-paganisms that seek to reconstruct the ways of quote-unquote our ancestors. A good point.
Fair.
Such ethnic revivals risk devolving into tribalism, bloodline purity, and racial hatred. I am interested in new forms of Germanic paganism that look to the future rather than to the past. German thinkers are known for building abstract systems. It's weird how it pivots from like, I'm not interested in race. Here's an essentialist concept about how Germans like are great at abstract thinking and we can rotate shapes in our mind. He doesn't say that, but thus, I seek to move from concrete ethnic particulars to abstract pagan universals.
Okay.
Some people are trying to integrate Daesh magic with contemporary occult practices. However, from the Thule Society to the Order of the Nine Angles, the occult has long overlapped with fascism. Many occult cultures are post-truth cultures, which reject shared norms of truth and turn instead to conspirituality and authoritarianism. Since I seek futures guided by progressive ethical and political values, I reject the occult. A more promising way to continue... canceled. You rejected the occult.
Yeah, whoa.
Watch
whoa
out.
there, Chief.
I
don't know if that's it.
I
don't know if that's it.
Is this guy going to be the third mic on Subliminal Jihad or something? Anyway. A more promising way to continue Daesh magic involves Wicca, founded by Gerald Gardner in England in the 1940s.
Right.
Gardner influenced the Wiccan Sybil Leek, who visited Pennsylvania in 1967. Well, if she visited. 3 Pennsylvania groups soon combined Daesh magic with ideas derived from Wicca. Leek helped found the first 2 groups, namely the Kata Coven and the Wolfa Coven. The third group is the Black Forest Clan, founded by the controversial Wiccan writer Silver Raven Wolf. Okay, so this was actually interesting to me. Silver Raven Wolf, are you familiar with her at all? Maybe not.
I am not.
Well, having been a goth teenager, I knew like my fair share of magickal people. And Silver Raven Wolf is like, if you're in Barnes and Noble back when that was a thing, or like your Borders, your bookstore back when bookstores were a thing that had books. Like in the religion section, in the sort of designated witch section of that section, like a lot of the pop witchcraft books were by this one author, Silver Raven Wolf, and she kind of like is almost like synonymous with sort of she would almost be like even like among like kind of novice. It was kind of like a status thing to like talk shit about Silver Raven Wolf. Like it would show like how a real witch you were, that like you weren't into those like those Llewellyn books and Silver Raven
I see.
Wolf.
Oh, she was she's getting the mass market distribution, big profiles. And,
I'm trying to think of like what an accessible like comparison might be. It's kind of like talking shit about Obama to show that like you're not like a lib. Something like that. Like it was sort of the equivalent. Like,
right.
Obviously the critiques are legitimate in both cases. However, like it also was kind of like a status thing. She's been like criticized sharply, for being fake lore or whatever. But it is interesting that she is from a Pennsylvania Dutch background.
Oh, okay. I saw that she adopted
one of the most
at
influential
Powwow at some point, but she's from
I think she's from Pennsylvania at least. I assume that is like her background. What was her actual name?
It does not say on her Wikipedia. All it does say is her birthday, which is September 11th.
Oh, wow. That's powerful.
It is powerful.
No, her actual name is what is wait, I did find Janine E. Trayer. So maybe that could be
either English or German.
She was born and raised in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
She had a vision of 5 angels and a fascination with tarot cards was her calling.
The logo of her spell candle company is hilarious. It's like an angel, like a raven with something on fire, a one-eye pyramid symbol, like some kind of like a crown, a Rosicrucian thing, sort of like whisper magic with a K. Not a lot of like straight up information about her. There are some interviews I found from maybe like 2018. But her website doesn't say much. I feel like the most of the things that have been written about her are also like, she's a witch, cool, or it's like very controversial .com. Okay, let's see. controversescial.com. Interesting.
Well, anyway, to keep reading here, he keeps going. Deutsch magic and Wicca have many similarities. Both take ideas from Bohm. Bohm greatly influenced Franz Hartmann, whose book, The Life and Doctrines of Jacob Bohm, is probably the most important book on Bohm in English. Hartmann helped found the occult group known as the Ordo Templi Orientis around 1900. In 1947, Gardner joined the Ordo and quickly became one of its leaders. Hence their alliance from Bohm to Wicca. Even if they are indirect and weak, they do exist, all right? Well... And it also didn't just reject the occult, but whatever. Deutsch theology has some similarities with Wiccan theology. Both traditions have goddesses. Starhawk's creation story resembles Bohm's. Both stories contain an abyss, a mirror, self-relationality, and a divine creative female. Scott Cunningham's Wiccan theology resembles the Sophianic theologies of Conrad Beissel and the Harmony Society. In these theologies, a gender-neutral or androgynous deity unfolds into a divine male-female couple. The Deutsch 3 divine women, Edisi, resemble the Wiccan triple goddess. I don't know what the 3 divine women that he's talking about are. I think maybe he explains it earlier when he talks about the Edisi. Let me see.
Hold on one
yeah,
second.
I guess he says.
Let my dog out.
Okay. I guess he says that they brought with them many themes and motifs from pre-Christian Norse and Viking heathenry. And that's like the idea. I see. So this is actually an idea from heathenry that he's saying is also an idea of like German people in general, I guess. yeah, and because they talk about, I guess, like the idea of wisdom, or like Sophia in the work of Jacob Bohm, he's saying that has to do with like Pennsylvania Dutch magic. So again, just as much of a stretch as anything here, like not. Anyway, so yeah, I guess he keeps going. Oh, I'll just wait for you to return, I guess.
I'm
oh,
here.
you are back. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is kind of interesting. As a future-oriented practice, Deutsch Signcraft has little interest in the agrarian spells from old Deutsch grimoires. It adapts ideas from contemporary witchcraft. Yet this is Deutsch Signcraft is like his whole thing. Like he's like, I propose Deutsch Signcraft as like the new way, the future for Deutsch magic. And he says that it's not interested in this old stuff, right? It's gonna be something different. And yeah, so it adapts ideas from contemporary witchcraft. While the dice should not use the Wiccan wheel of the year, they used annual astrological cycles and were intimately attuned to the seasons. One thing that really kind of like flagged this book to me as like what's going on here is that he has like citations, but they don't have like page numbers, and the one citation that I checked was like wrong. But anyway, James Moore describes a magical path close to green witchcraft based on mindful experience of the changing seasons. This path fits well into Deutsch Signcraft. The Deutsch were expert herbalists. Deutsch Signcraft expands this herbalism to include all physiologically active molecules. You can cast spells in your body by taking curcumin and cannabis, or by taking ibuprofen and mirtazapine. I don't know. Mirtazapine. I don't know what that is. What's mirtazapine?
I'm not sure. Maybe kind of painful.
Oh yeah, it's funny that you cast spells in your body by smoking weed. Cool.
Interesting.
All right.
Interesting.
The ultimate spell. Okay, so as a that's like the best way to like be the ultimate witch is just like, yeah, I'm doing a spell right now, I'm just smoking weed. I feel like that's like honestly like offensive to witchcraft almost, to just be like, I'm doing a spell by just smoking weed or taking Advil. Like, but
that's
anyway,
that's like when like yuppies say like, I love my rituals, like getting the coffee in the morning. It's like yeah.
But anyway, yeah, so he goes on talking about Jacob Bohm. Says he was regarded by Hegel as the first German philosopher, as a great role model, Hegel. They built great metaphysical systems with extremely abstract concepts. The work inspired German idealists who were known as rationalists. The early Deutsch distinguished themselves through their focus on Sophia as divine wisdom. Since Sophia inspires philosophy, Deutsch Signcraft will base itself on a systematic metaphysics. Deutsch magicians will strive to work out the philosophical foundations of Signcraft. Women are not excluded from rationality. They can do philosophy as well as men. That's a weird thing to have to specify. But anyway, after all, like Isis and Athena, Sophia is a goddess. Lance Garavi shows how failure to engage with philosophy transforms apparently feminist witchcraft into a merely capitalist commodity. As a philosophical movement, Deutsch Signcraft will address shared norms of truth. It will work against those post-truth cultures that lead to con spirituality, authoritarianism, and fascism. Bohm influenced F.W.J. Schelling, who influenced Charles Sanders Peirce. Peirce has an evolutionary cosmology. Following Bohm, so I hope that people can see why I find this to be kind of interesting. I'll just read his conclusion here, but I want to talk about what I think is interesting in this. Following the way of Sophia, Deutsch magic can help create a better future cultural world. It will be a post-Christian world. It will be a new form of Germanic paganism, distinct from ethnic paganisms like Astatru. I don't understand. Again, that is weird. But anyway, it doesn't make any sense almost. It's Germanic paganism, but it's not ethnic. What is anyway? Whatever.
It sounds a little having cake, eating it too.
It's the whole. That's the essence of this whole thing. But
right.
It will bring Wiccan motifs and Deutsch motifs together into a new synthesis. It will use ideas from Bohm and his philosophical descendants, both German and American, to fit these motifs into a rational framework. It will provide clear meanings for its concepts and will justify them using logical arguments. It will strive for shared norms of truth and will avoid the post-truth elements of magical cultures that tend toward fascism. It will use its philosophical tools to bring a pagan ethics that strives for progressive values and social justice. So, yeah, okay, well, yeah. What I think that like have your cake and eat it too is like very much like core to this because it is like kind of this thing of like appealing to Charles Sanders Peirce and like Hegel and Schelling, all these people, and saying like this is what my like new vision of Deutsch or witchcraft and powwowing is going to be based on. Like it's going to completely eschew like the actual like traditional practice of this in Pennsylvania and like create this new thing based on like Wicca of all things because like one Wiccan visited Pennsylvania one time and like there are some broad similarities we can draw. It's like, but it is interesting because like fascism also is progressive, not to like don't misunderstand me to be saying that like it's leftist or anything, but it is like about progress. Like it is about like it is
a
reactionary
it's
element,
like a radical ideology. It's almost like reactionaries doing like radically trying to change things like in like in terms of the describing their action, you would say it's kind of like more like lowercase p progressive than lowercase c conservative because like the fascist is all about taking action and like reshaping or destroying institutions or sectors of society that like stand in their way and like building new things and being like radical and everything.
I mean,
so
really like the thing about like fascism like is a lot of the time that it is self-contradictory and it does have this kind of like on one hand it'll be like, oh, we're weak and helpless, but then it'll be like, oh, we're incredibly strong and we're the greatest people who ever lived. And then it will be like we're, reviving an ancient tradition that goes back to the dawn of time. And the other one is like we're entering like, a great new age that will like, wipe the slate completely clean and build like a new empire like from scratch. But that is like a strong, and also think like the sort of hyper rationalistic, like mechanistic worldview is not alien to fascism at all.
I was just going to say that it is not foreign to quote unquote rationality and even hyper rationality. Like in much like capitalism, it can be simultaneously like operate on like a kind of on one level a rational premises, but then on like a deeper level like massive irrationality is like undergirding it. It's like the rational workings of a deeply irrational system or like political movement. So I think you look at like the logistics around like concentration camps and shit like and like Nazi Germany's like military capabilities, which were formidable, and like its technology and everything. Like there was a lot of quote unquote rationality going around. Ask Werner von Braun, but like also it was in ultimate service to like an insane fascist project that was like kind of like not rational in the like it was insane and so I'm not so like sold that unlike like the only thing wrong with fascism is that it was superstitious or it was irrational.
Or like it was post-truth, which is interesting because like it is this kind, or like it was conspiritual, whereas like this is actually
hey, take us out of it, like leave us out of it. What the fuck, like
but well it like it is interesting because like the like how do we even define like magic or witchcraft like in a lot of cases, like if we're talking about like a consensus like truth like in this sort of like a language that is being used here, the sort of like dialectical opposite that sort of that constructs itself against is like basically like the stereotype would be like witchcraft, like if you ask like a lot of these like German rationalist philosophers who think abstractly, like they would not be like, they would probably like readily, invoke like the figure of like the witch or like basically like the non-white religious person a lot of the time as like an icon of like the irrational, right? Mm-hmm. or of the superstitious. And like the the other, like, I mean, Schelling, for instance, who he mentions, right, like, has, like, Bohm influenced Schelling, who influenced Peirce. Like, I mean, like, Heidegger was also influenced by Schelling in a big way, I think,
yeah. And
so it's like, none of this is, like, immune to, it's, but I think, relative to what we've been talking about, I feel like it does show, like, it kind of, like, epitomizes, in a way, the desire for like there's like that these two desires like truly can like coexist even in this very flagrant like way where they're kind of at odds. Like there is this desire for enchantment and magic, and like there's this desire for like a consensus truth and like like to live within this like kind of myth of enlightenment or whatever, this sort of idea of like modern secular reason, while at the same time like still desiring like like there's a desire like, okay, it's like I grew up with this tradition, like I had a cowlick, like this tradition used to be alive in Pennsylvania, but like also like I don't want anything to do with the tradition because it's Christian, like stuff like that, like, and I'm not.
It's a little bit.
And I want this to be based on like just the German ethnicity, but also it's not going to be ethnic because that's fascist. And it's like, what? Like,
it's a big thing to duck there. Yeah.
I mean, again, like I'm not saying that like it should be ethnic. Like I kind of, I agree. I like believe that a universalist spirituality is better, but that's like, actually one way in which I think Christianity does have something over these kind of like ethnic and like ancestor worship religions, where it's like, okay, this actually is something that all human beings could theoretically participate in. Of course, everyone knows like the way this plays itself out is not obviously, has its own problems, but totally, like, I think that,
I think especially in our much more connected world today, I don't know how I feel about like ethno-specific, like new ethno-specific religions being like invented is like the way forward, is like, especially like Europeans and Americans, like no, like force them to stay within the universalist like framework of whatever the fuck. Like
there's this whole cottage industry that like kind of has developed, like this goes back to like our old stalking horse of witch talk, or where you do have these people where, because like like a lot of these, when like there's like a sort of a cosmology articulated for witchcraft, a lot of the time it does kind of draw on these like kind of culture bound like polytheisms. I don't want to, I feel like paganism is a derogatory term, but like, they often like reclaim it. So, these culture bound paganisms and things like that. But obviously it's problematic. It's problematic for like, white witches to be like appropriating like maybe, like the sort of ancestral ways of like the Caribbean or something like that, right? So like a lot of time the solution is that like you need to worship
Mayans.
your ancestors, which is like
that's you're right. You're so fucking right about that. Like it is a little, because there's like a fair point to be made about like spiritual appropriation of like other traditions, like when it's going from like white person to like, I'm gonna take ayahuasca once in a way that like people never used to take it, and then I'm gonna like be kind of this like quasi Mayan, like the spirituality, like Mesoamerican kind of melange, like spirituality, or Hinduism or Buddhism in this kind of way, or this kind of paganism. Like it's but then if you make the fair point, and I do think it's like fair that to drop in and be a tourist of these traditions is oftentimes like a little bit like, and I don't know, like especially when the sort of, you're not like living with the people that have this tradition, you're just sort of like cribbing it.
Like this is like, the problem is like that it's not about like the transmission of ideas, right? For instance, like we were just doing an episode about like the blues, a spooky blues episode, right? It wasn't wrong for or like no one would object that Robert Johnson like played like popular Tin Pan Alley songs written by like white Jews or whatever, or that like he appropriated from like European music or whatever. But like the other way around, it was wrong. Why? Because like it was in the context of like violence, like subjugation, like oppression, right? Like so it's not like the
power dynamics there.
So like the sort of exactly, like the sort of dissemination of like cultural like memes and things like that like is almost like difficult to prevent. What needs to be like stopped is like the exploitation and the violence and the oppression, the subjugation, like that actually is objectionable, like gives that makes those actions into violence, and makes them like a complicit in that, right? Like so.
Which it is a hard thing to unwind when like the economic system and like the structures we have in place today, and like the relationship of, say, like the United States to the rest of the world is one of like exploitation and sort of like a neo-imperial dominance, that it's like, oh, these dynamics are probably going to pop up when you go on the little ayahuasca trip to Peru or something like that. But then it's funny, it's like if people then like they become aware of the critique that like, oh, you shouldn't like just appropriate other things and you should look within your own ancestors, then you're looking back to like your European ancestors, or you feel like, oh, that's where I have to go, because like, I don't know, I feel like a lot of people can't quite do the work of trying to find a sus, non-exploitive way to adopt other spiritual beliefs from like other cultures. If they start turning back to their own, European ancestors, well, then, not always, but like that can lead to a kind of territory where these kind of darker neo-fascist like currents have been at work for a long time. The kind of O9As and the Asatra, types, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or the Ukrainian sort of like neo-pagan, like Nazi, whatever people. And that's not always like great. And even, I don't know, like even in the contest with like the dominant sort of theology of like America and Europe, like Christianity, like people standing up, well, I think there's so many valid critiques of all the various branches of Christianity and their activities and a lot of their beliefs and such like that. Sometimes when it's coming from these like white Euro-American like sort of pagan witch type people who are railing against Christianity and want to go back to an earlier pre-Christian thing, like you would hope that people would be very careful. It sounds like that guy's like kind of trying to be careful. I'm not quite like buying.
He is like he understands. Like,
he
but
has
I
an
think like
understanding.
there is this like, yeah. I mean, I get it. Like again, like I understand like kind of the desire that I guess is being expressed here for like some kind of like positive program that's going to I guess this world help create a better future cultural world. To me, like I mean, again, people can agree to can disagree. To me, like an idea that is like good is the idea that like everyone can worship the same God, and that like different races, because in a way this like reifies the made up idea that there are races.
Yes.
Like that, like we really are like in these different groups and categories, and again,
and that
that's
it's a
not
spiritual
to erase,
thing, like a real blood and soil shit.
That's not to erase what keeps these ideas alive, which is like these, like systems of power and structures of oppression and everything. Like obviously, like these categories have meaning. They're social constructs, but they also matter. But at the same time, like to say like, okay, well, I don't know. Like again, it's a complex problem. I'm not saying that I have the answer to it, but to me, like a good idea, an appealing idea, and again, as I said, people can disagree. But to me, like a really, truly an important idea is that, like, we can all have the same. We don't have to, like, la ikraha fil din, but
well, yeah. I'm all for people
like
doing whatever they want.
No compulsion in religion. But I also feel like if I am going to propose a program for a better future cultural world, it's one that is, I guess, inclusive,
right? Like that just the Germanness
like,
of it,
ethnic enclaves.
Like if something could be inspired by Pennsylvania Dutch, like powwow, practices or old Germanic things, and like still not be kind of like for Germans, like people of German ethnicity. I think once you do that, it doesn't matter how like left wing you want to be, you're like aligning your group and like kind of limiting it to like the sort of ethno national identity that is like not universal by definition. And I feel like doesn't like it'd be, I don't know, better for it to be more universal leaning or whatever. Maybe on this note, I was looking for a little more info on Silver Ravenwolf, who I think was in fact like raised like Pennsylvania Dutch. Like her ancestors came here in like the 1700s.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting that like probably the most influential like witch of the modern age in some ways in the
Right.
U.S.
The Barnes and Noble witch.
It kind of makes sense.
Yeah. But I found actually an old from like 2014 a Wiccan blog that called Wicca for the Rest of Us that is kind of actually going in hard on Silver
she
Raven
is
Wolf.
harshly criticized a lot. Well, like I said, it's kind of this thing. But anyway, yeah.
But the critiques are actually interesting. 'Cause what they say is because like she's so popular, especially among teens, but it frustrates many other pagans who find her works shallow, dishonest, bigoted, and outright wrong. Can't we simply agree to disagree? Yes, to a degree. However, that doesn't stop us from having an opinion and voicing it. You know what? That's right. I think I support that. I think you should be allowed to do that. With Ravenwolf, it's not merely a difference of opinion or personal belief. It's about facts, which can be disproved, and moral issues, which can quickly color a community when a vocal member puts them forth. And so these are quotes that they kind of list out from her book, To Ride a Silver Broomstick, New Generation Witchcraft from 1993, one of her most popular books. And they mostly actually, these Wiccans take issue with her depiction of Christianity, which is interesting. They say that there's very little reason to mention Christianity in a book about Wicca unless you're using it as a comparison. The fact is, readers are much more familiar with Christianity than Wicca, so such mentions can be helpful. However, there is no reason whatsoever to use a book about one religion to slam another one. It's outright unprofessional, not to mention immature. Her bigotry is particularly ironic, since the craft code of honor she used to display on her website included respect the religion of others. So she's both a bigot and a hypocrite, and this is a quote from the book. If you intend to grovel before a God form, capital G, God form, please stop here and throw this book away. The common act of sniveling at their feet is unacceptable. If you truly want that type of relationship with higher ups, there are plenty of well-cultured religions that will gladly open their arms to you. Okay. She says, while she doesn't actually name Christianity as the offender here, I don't think I'm out of line inferring that's what she meant. And her use of the phrase common act.
I feel like that's offensive to many religions. Like,
certainly all the Abrahamic ones.
The thing. Like, you could take this, and like you could put this into like an Islamophobic screed easily.
Well, here's another one that she throws down. Another hot quote where she does name Christianity. I believe one of the biggest problems witches face today is the influx of Christianity and its turn the other cheek melodrama. More and more individuals are leaving the Christian kingdom in favor of ours, but they bring with them brains that have been hammered for years with another philosophy. Okay, I mean, like, of all the things to like attack Christianity for, it's like, okay, like the turn the other cheek thing pisses you off the most. The Wiccans believe that, this kind of sounds like she's wishing that Wiccans and witches would be more spiteful, maybe, and not turn, attack people. And let's see. Yeah, she says, wow, okay. She also says, satanic witch, : one cannot be a satanic witch because witches do not believe in Satan. Okay, like, what? Even the Wiccans say, disregarding her painful lack of rudimentary capitalization skills, this sentence is typical white lighting, painting the neo-pagan world in a cheerful, shallow, and unsullied light without any acknowledgement of complexity. When the hell were we awarded copyright on the word witch? Some Satanists also identify as witches. Simple fact. Also, as a note, many Satanists don't believe in Satan either, and none of them believe in the Christian version of Satan. So I mean, I think the Wiccans are right there. Like,
fair enough.
Like,
yeah,
what the fuck is this? Like, no witch is ever no witch
Yeah.
believes in Satan. I don't know what that.
Well, it reminds me of that. Like, there was a web page back in the day, Why Wiccans Suck, which was like, kind of, it was written by like a former Wiccan, and that was like one of his big points that he like hammered home, or she, I don't remember the gender of the author, but that, like, there was this kind of thing that, like, no, like there's no black magic, blah blah blah, like it's all like good and like light and love and like fluffy was the term people would use. But like he was like, well, no, there's lots of darkness, like whatever, which is kind of cringe in its own way. But it's this is an interesting part, looking at this. There are two kinds of readings. Those for magical people, of course with the K, and those for once-borns. Once-borns belong to other religions that do not believe in reincarnation or magic.
Huh.
Once born will get hooked before for a magical person because they are totally unfamiliar with the intricacies of magic and divination.
Cool. Yeah. Here's a really
Yes,
funny one.
exactly. Like,
Here's a
I
funny
mean,
one here.
fair enough. Like a lot of religions have like terms for. Anyway, keep going.
Yeah, yeah. So this is under section more persecuted than thou. There is a particularly offensive story on pages 49 to 50 describing how Christians came up with their one male god and forced the European medieval pagans through war to worship him. This is a quote from the book. While in Persia, they came across a nasty god that was used in that country. And, wonder of wonders, he resembled the old god of the people in Europe. He was dark, half animal, with horns and a tail. Bingo, they thought, and rubbed their hands excitedly together. Now we know how to eradicate the old religion and bring in the new. When they got back to Europe, they told the people that the old god was really Satan because he had horns and a tail. What? Like, okay. Like, that sounds like, yeah, like, oh, okay. Like, they blamed the cool real god and they framed him as being Satan. I see. To, like, trick people into hating the real based god who was Satan. Awesome.
Yeah, I guess they're talking about Ar-Rahman.
They might be talking about Ar-Rahman.
That idea.
Yeah, they say, sorry, there was no one old god of the pagans. This is classic Murrayism, disproved 20 years before the publication of this book. No, I don't understand why these evil Christians need Persian mythology to turn the god of the supposed old religion of Europe into a monster. Can't you simply make him into a monster? She also presumes that Satan has always been depicted with hooves, horns, and tail, and that's simply not the case. Satan is never described in the Bible, and images of him throughout history vary immensely. Yeah, wait, okay, this is sus. She finishes the section by saying, I wrote this story to sound rather trite on purpose. It's a good story, though, for children, and an interesting one to tell around the fireplace. Good story for children? What sort of values are you preaching here? Okay. That's right. Yeah, kind of sus. She thinks she's so persecuted. The burning times, I guess, is like, there's something about this, that she says, burning times. You will hear this often. It is in reference to a historical time from about 1000 CE through the 17th century when it's said that over 9 million people were tortured and burned by church and public officials on the assumption that they were the Christian version of witches. Historians indicated that the majority of people tortured and murdered were women and children. Yeah, so they do a little bit of a Stalinist like fact checking here. They said it was actually about 40,000 to 100,000, not over 9 million.
Exaggerated.
Calm down.
Yeah. But still,
I remember seeing some witches.
Also, like the big thing is that like they were not burned for being like generally they were not like actual witches or practicing witchcraft. That's the thing. Like that's really the whole problem with like this whole thing of like the like never again the burning times thing that like you see among these people. Like obviously that was wrong.
Wait, you're
like that
saying
should not have been done.
They weren't burned for being witches?
Well, they're kind of making it out that they are the ones who were persecuted, but like really like most of those people killed were like definitely innocent of witchcraft.
Oh right, yeah. They're like the real crime is that like people were falsely accused. Like it's a huge stretch to say that
real if
those, you think about
those who were in fact witches should not have been burned either.
Right,
but
right. Maybe
still.
a lesser something.
Well, only insofar as it overlapped maybe with like other offenses where they guilty of anything.
Right,
but,
if they're like poisoning somebody, that's us. Yeah, but
and it harmed none.
Of course.
Obviously, I don't.
No, but you're right. The idea that even like half of the people that died in like those 700 years were like actually practicing witches, like kind of stretches the imagination. Like I can't imagine that that's the case. A lot of false people were, killed and persecuted, and that was awful. Yeah, but I mean, the Wiccans are just saying that she's like way over exaggerating this to make like witches the most like oppressed minority in history, and Christians to be like evil Nazis. They of course did terrible things, but like I don't know. But like this kind of thing about I don't know. Everything else she's saying is kind of like will to power type shit. Like I don't know. Like it's a little bit. Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's any other scary quotes. Everyone likes angels. Yeah, she actually attacks the word Wiccan. She thinks the word Wiccan kind of sucks. And the Wicker Man movie, which she despises. Yeah, she doesn't think it's real enough.
Well, it's not real enough, but I feel like it's got a good you could be rooting for the cult.
What, you could be rooting for the cult?
I'm saying I don't see why why wouldn't she enjoy that movie from and root for the cult, because it's all about a Christian man who's all bigoted and has all these assumptions getting owned by a bunch of based witches. So you could just disidentify with the protagonist, which I'm sure many do.
Wicca specifically.
Well, the movie The Wicker Man.
Oh, The Wicker Man. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Wicca itself. Oh, yeah, The Wicker Man. Yeah. Because that guy, you think she would love it. It's, I think a lot of witches love The Wicker Man because, that cop got what he deserved, and, it's yeah, I guess he's a cop, but, I don't know. This island's kind of sus also. Yeah, so they, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, she does not like the word Wicca. Yeah, wow. So they're breaking down more fact checks. There's never in history been a worshipped entity known simply as the goddess. Let's see, blah blah blah. She talks about Mary Magdalene, says a bunch of shit. She claims Mary Magdalene was a pagan, which doesn't really make sense because she was Jewish. Yeah. The conflation of Mary Magdalene
is definitely not true. Yeah.
Right. And Mary Magdalene was, according to the Bible in the New Testament, Mary Magdalene was an adulteress, not a prostitute. And people get it mixed up because Jesus also saved a prostitute from stoning. And they kind of including the Last Temptation of Christ, kind of combine these two things together. But so she's riffing about, I don't know, how Mary Magdalene was actually a pagan prostitute god, ascended witch or something. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, even within the magickal community, this Pennsylvania Dutch inspired witch is got a lot of flack.
I mean, it's kind of she really was running the witch industry and for a long time, and I just think it's interesting that she comes from that background, given how influential she is. And a lot of these people probably not to make assumptions, but for many of these people, she was their first introduction to this thing, because if you're interested in it, there isn't a witch Bible. If you think of if you watched a movie or something, you would think, oh, what's the witch Bible? The Book of Shadows. Mm-hmm. And then Silver Raven Wolf's book, the Book of Shadows, is right there at Borders. So that's how a lot of people were introduced to.
If you catch a passing influence in this stuff, the very first person you're gonna hit is Silver Raven Wolf, and then an all-American with got to make sure it's an all-American with proper roots in this country, right? To steer everybody towards. And the kind of, I don't know, authors to avoid. She pops up on r/baby witch. People, I guess, tell, are people saying?
I like how her official website is at .info. That rules.
.info. Yeah, so she has been accused of bigotry and openly associating with racist and or transphobes. Well, she's part of a long list here. But
how old is Silver Raven Wolf at this point? I guess she's
a boomer.
70s.
Oh, really? Yeah, she's probably a boomer. Yeah, I would imagine. She's been around for a while.
Maybe not quite in her 70s, but pretty old. Yeah, she was born in the 50s.
Wow, somebody else in the thread says, avoid Damien Eccles. Demonic mayhem and completely fictional and dangerous for beginners who are gullible. Wow, hateful. You can't dislike Damien Eccles. He rules.
Yeah,
he's so cool. He's all the celebrities.
He was oppressed by the XGNs. But anyway,
yeah. Also, last thing, because I forget where it pops up. It pops up all. I forget which one of the books. Maybe it's in the long lost friend one, but the Witch of Endor story, is that, did that inspire Star Wars?
I feel like there's a couple of things like that in Star Wars. I remember in one of the movies, there was a planet called Jeddah, like
Oh, yeah.
city, and then it got blown up. But I guess it probably was like where he got the name from.
Yeah, yeah, it's not mentioned on the Wikipedia as having inspired Star Wars, but I always thought it just jumped out at me because like the weird thing with Star Wars, where then they have like a series called Andor that is just like a guy's name, but it's like so similar to
Yeah,
Endor.
the first
and
time
I'm like,
someone
what are you
like told me to
doing?
watch that, I was like, "You're telling me to watch a show about Ewoks?" and you're telling me it's like really awesome and like
Were the Ewoks sus? Like,
yeah.
you know, that's what I want to know. You know, in this village called Endor where a witch lives, they do kind of try to, you know, I'm not shading their local practices, but like the Ewoks do try to like human sacrifice like the
Yeah,
gang
they
when they go there,
they
right?
like many of like the Star Wars aliens are like racist. Basically,
Right.
they're like literally doing like the cannibal cooking pot thing.
Yeah, yeah, and then
they're
they
like,
believe
you know,
C-3PO is a god, and they start to worship him.
right, because he's So they're
Because I
basically
think Luke
represented
makes him
as,
like levitate. Yeah, so
they're
you
basically
know,
represented as savages, etc., etc.
it's great. It's so cool.
It's yeah, it's very you know, whatever, but yeah, I mean, I think in terms of the name of the planet, I think that George Lucas, like, he is kind of known for just like kind of I mean, like Tatooine was like named after the city in Morocco, so I feel like
Okay.
I feel like he just like, you know, hears sounds that he likes. Like, remember when like they were working on a video game at Lucasfilm, and like they had like come up with this character whose name was like um it was like Mason Briggs or something, like, you know, like a video game protagonist name, and then he was like, I don't like that, I like BJ Dart. He made him
BJ Dart.
like change his name to BJ Dart or something, and I mean, maybe they didn't stick with that, but like that was like what he said, and they're like, we need a new, like, you know, evil character, like, could you come up with some names for us? And he was like, how about Darth Icky? Like, you know, like, I feel like he just like, you know, says like fucking words sometimes, you know, so I think that might be.
Somebody said in the chat, George Lucas read too many cannibal pulp comics because he's a boomer. Yeah,
Well, yeah,
would
I mean,
agree.
ultimately, this movie, like we talked about, we did a whole episode on it. It was like a cartoon. It's talk about something that's a good story for children or not. But yeah, so yeah,
yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Do we any final thoughts about the hex culture in?
Go to the notes here just to check and see if I had anything else that I wanted to go over. Let's look into the realness of witchcraft one more time and see if there's any good points. I think I read the key parts. I mean, there were like some other instances of this, you know, like there were some other like, you know, like the Shinsky case in 1934 near Pottsville. You know, Albert Shinsky claimed he killed a witch in self-defense, and that nothing whatsoever happened in that affair to prove or disprove the theory regarding witches, other than that they are creatures of the mind, and of that fact there is little or no doubt. Newspapers at the time published a copyright account by this writer, some of them with screaming headlines. Did Bible figure in witch slaying? In the article thus published, we had not established positively that the Bible did figure, but suggested it could have. This conclusion was supported a few days later when a professor from a Philadelphia University, accompanied by an officer, called on Shinsky in his jail cell. Warden William Watson of the Schuylkill County Prison reported that Albert Shinsky believed that in the murder of Mrs. Mummy, a witch, he was justified, and that this murder was justified in the Bible. Warden Watson was quoted in the Philadelphia Inquirer on March 26, 1934, as follows. He told me, said the warden, that there are numerous instances in the scriptures where the sacrifice of human life has been declared necessary. He cited the Old Testament tale of how Abraham was about to kill his son Isaac on the altar as showing the necessity for taking human life to placate spiritual curses or spells. I mean, I feel like that's kind of the opposite of the point of the story, but okay.
The whole point is that he doesn't do it.
Yeah, right, exactly. I guess he is willing to, but I feel like the message was to take away is that like this practice is.
We don't need to do that anymore.
Whatever. Yeah, he told me that all the New Testament writers clearly believed in the power of demons and the devil is a real personage, and not merely an evil influence as modern theologists have it. The Bible represents the devil as a fallen angel who goes about whispering and suggesting evil acts. If you will read closely, you will find that hell was made for the torment of the devil, and not human beings. as a way of escape for that place is provided for all of us. And an eminent psychologist, Dr. A.I. Barron of Philadelphia, who examined Shinsky in jail, reports that when I left his cell after an exhaustive research as far back as his earliest memories, I knew that I had been talking to an adolescent boy of the most primitive development. I had been talking with a mental and emotional infant. If the state demands a death penalty for Schuylkill County's hex slayer, society will be seeking revenge upon a 13-year-old savage. Dr. Barton reported that Shinsky, although 23 years old, has actively been 5 different people, each personally at war with the other 4, that he was, in medical phraseology, an emotional, imaginative extrovert with schizophrenic reactions.
Sounds like dissociative identity a little bit.
Yeah, I guess so. That would probably be what they would say today. Yeah.
Wow. Everyone literally like everyone's 12 discourse.
Yeah.
He's literally 12. So.
But Munro says it is probably true, as pointed out elsewhere in this account, that religion and superstition walk hand in hand. That children learn about this and that, but cannot, when they reach adulthood, separate their thoughts from those learned as a child. The general effects of this inability to forget surely has taken a terrible toll in the history of man. Yet, on the other hand, if we could forget as easily as would be necessary to get rid of witches, we would as likely forget to whom we are married, whose kids belong to who, and certainly where we live. Whether Mrs. Mummy was a witch or not, we'll never know, and the authorities sent Albert to a place for men with quote-unquote weak minds.
Wow.
Yeah.
Locked in the asylum.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he mentioned some other ones, like there was a Bechdel case in Philadelphia. I wonder if there's any relation.
test?
Well, she is from Pennsylvania.
Do you think
family.
the Bechdel, in terms of the company Bechdel?
Alison Bechdel.
Bechtel?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. I think Bechdel did start in San Francisco, but I wouldn't be surprised if they had a Pennsylvania Dutch
Well, I was thinking
origin.
about the Bechdel of the Bechdel test.
Oh, yeah. I think Bechdel test. Let me actually look it up. If it's
it's with a D. It is.
Yeah,
with
it's with a D.
You're right.
Yeah, but Bechdel, the company.
Yeah, I guess it might be different. It's a Mennonite who was murdered. The authorities at first declaring it was witchcraft, which it wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Others.
Warren Augustine Bechtel was from Kansas, but was born in Freeport, Illinois. John Moyer Bechtel. It does sound like they could have. They eventually moved to Oakland, but it sounds like they could easily have Pennsylvania Dutch ancestry going back. Yeah. Wow. Crazy. And who was the Bechtel in Pennsylvania that was...
It was a Mennonite, I guess, who was murdered. The authorities at first declaring it was witchcraft, but I guess it wasn't. According to Monroe, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Members of the Mennonite faith have no belief in hexery or witchcraft. Philadelphia church worker who met a tragic death. Yeah, I'm reading about it now. The car was found abandoned at 32nd and Pearl Streets 9 hours after the discovery of the murder. The slayers either wore gloves or were so splashed with blood that everything they touched left only an indistinct smear. Damn. And people claim that it was witchcraft, but it's interesting that I guess they probably connected it with the previous one, since it was a grisly slaying. They must have assumed that, or they must have connected it with what had happened not too long before. Yeah.
Interesting. Wow. There's a lot of Bechtels in Pennsylvania Dutch country, so kind of hard to tell. I found a extremely long genealogy website, but it doesn't necessarily say if the company. Anyways, one day we'll get to sus Bechtel. They're actually a really sus company, but weird security contractor, Iran Contra type shit. Oh yeah, the overseas construction, the engineering company. Yeah, that's right. I feel like they did a lot of Saudi Arabia things, headquartered in Reston, Virginia. Yeah. Anyways, all right. Well, powwowing. We've unlocked a new folk magic tradition.
We've unlocked it.
We've unlocked it. We've unlocked quite a bit this month in our spooky saga. So I hope everybody enjoyed that of us maxing out. You know, I don't know what next month will bring. You know, November.
Yeah.
It's an election month, a tiny one. Thanksgiving, we could always go back and look at crimes of pilgrims past.
We'll just do holiday. We'll just do holidays for the rest of.
Just holiday based, yeah.
Yeah.
Sus Santa Claus.
You know what? Kind of want to do Sus Santa at some point. I mean, it's just an interesting, like, you know, how, like, I kind of want to do Sus Santa at some point, to be honest. To be completely honest,
he has an interesting like history, you know, going from like a Catholic saint from what, Constantinople.
Well, it kind of combined with all these ideas of like Father Christmas and like these, you know, other like gift giving entities. I mean, there's a lot there. I mean, I'd like to learn more. You know?
Yeah, and like who given that it's a religious concept, like which corporations got together and were like, this is going to be the Santa century, and like,
well, it's
going
like
hard.
Father Christmas, you know, and Santa like aren't really this. They kind of like were combined, I think, but they aren't really the same. Like Father Christmas like started out of its own thing, sort of.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Saint Nick. Yeah, that interesting synchronicity there with Saint Nick being ho ho, Mr. Ho ho ho, but then also like ho ho ho, you know, like the devil, right?
Nick, is Nick a name for Satan?
Old Nick. I guess you're not Saint
sometimes.
Nick, but like Old Nick. Oh yeah. I think if let's check this real quick. Old Nick Satan. Old Nick is a common informal name for Satan or the devil. Yeah. Actually, one theory is that it was in contrast to Saint Nick. So, you know, there's Saint Nick, and then there's Old Nick, who's a bad boy.
Yeah. It's true. Nick and Scratch.
Yeah. It might have come from German or Scandinavian words beginning
maybe
with Nick.
even from Nixie, which we talked about in
Water
the Matt Martin
spirit
episode.
Yeah.
Or you know, knickers and knockers, things like that. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Watch out, folks. The Old Devil Saint Nick on Pathos.com. Surprisingly similar to Old Saint Nick. Yeah, that's I don't know. Christmas past, the Old Nick Saint Nick connection. Oh my God. Wow. Well, I think people have gone deep. People love Christmas discourse, you know? So it's a big phenomenon.
Well, I mean, Santa itself, you know, if you scramble the letters around, as we all know.
It's like how Peter Thiel is the reptile. Santa, Satan, yeah.
What's up? Why does he wear red? Why does he come in the chimney? Huh? Why does he love the fireplace?
What kind of conditions are the elves working under? You know? What's going on up at the North Pole there?
He basically employs Jinn.
Yeah, he kind of does. Yeah, machine elves.
He is a
like
Jinn.
DMT elves.
He is
like,
a Jinn. Like he's an elf. They call him an elf in A Visit from St. Nicholas. You know,
really?
The iconic, right? They call him a jolly old elf. Which
well,
is
you never
the same as saying a jolly old Jinn.
You never see Santa's ears, right? I mean, maybe you do sometimes. I don't know.
That
but
pointy ears are like necessary to be an elf / Jinn. I think that's like
not to be a Jinn, but I feel like an elf is a specific like pointy eared. You know,
no, I don't think so. You don't have to have pointy ears to be an elf. Not at all.
Ears.
No, I think that pointy ears and elves came to be associated rather late in the history of elves.
You don't think elves?
No, not fundamentally. I think that came to be like associated with elves like very, very late in elf lore.
Is Santa an elf?
Yeah.
Interesting. He was a visit for. You're right. A visit from St. Nicholas does call him a jolly old elf. Yeah. But it's like, you know, also based on St. Nicholas, the historical figure. So it's a little bit like muddled, you know. It's like these traditions sort of like combine.
Well, yeah, that's my point. But I think it's odd that you're calling him an elf.
NPR had an article, "Is Santa an Elf?" Discuss from 2015. Man, they really fell off. They used to be, you know, before. I feel like they've gotten worse since 2015.
That's why they were defunded for blowing the whistle on Santa's Jinn nature.
Right.
Yeah, Santa made the call.
Santa made the call. Yeah. anyways, I guess we'll.
Actually, it's not even. Not only were pointy ears first associated with elves and fairies, like in the 19th century, but it's not even canon in Tolkien, which is probably the most famous association between elves.
I did see that.
That's like in the Peter Jackson movies, like they have pointy ears, but it's not like fundamentally canon.
The Hobbits had pointy ears, right?
I think the hobbits were described as having elfin ears or something, or like Tolkien maybe drew them with. I don't know. I'm not. We got to save that for Sus Tolkien. Anyway, we're getting we're spiraling here.
We're listing future episodes right now, but we
Sus
will.
Tolkien will happen.
Sus Tolkien will happen. It's all going to happen. Sus Santa, watch out! Santa. You're on notice.
We got you. Yeah.
We're on notice. We're calling you. We're calling you in, Santa. All right. Well. Thanks for joining the chat today, all who are in the chat. Thanks for everybody watching and listening. We'll be back on Monday with a very cool episode. I'm just gonna leave it at that. But it is gonna be tight.
Oh well, okay. We got to stop hyping this episode because we hyped.
I know
it
we're
like
jinxing
for the wrong day.
Well, that's why I'm not saying. That's why I'm not saying.
I should cut you off before you did.
That's why I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. Except you know what?
With some show.
All our episodes are cool. So
exactly,
and I'm not exactly wrong, but I'm not gonna. That's why I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Exactly.
And but definitely tune in on Patreon.com/subliminal-jihad.
I mean, maybe we'll actually be public for Monday. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. No promises. We don't know what's going to happen on Monday yet. We haven't.
We have no idea.
Okay.
So it'll probably be on. We'll see. I think we're no Griffin 15. That's not what we said. But you can subscribe at patreon.com/subliminal-jihad. Just also FYI to prospective subscribers. I don't know if we've laid this out before, but you should definitely subscribe on like your web browser and not on iOS, because Apple charges you extra money, and we don't get any of it. But Apple just gets a bunch, and you pay more for no reason. So if you are interested in subscribing, highly recommend doing it from like your computer as opposed to like the Patreon app, because then it charges you like $2.50 on top of $5. Like, it's kind of wacky. So save yourself a couple bucks and do it on the web browser. But we'll catch you all on Monday. But until then, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.